You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
So we're ready to go?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
I have a question, Jamie. If there are four of us and for approval of minutes, we would need four. And
it would be a majority of who is seated.
A majority for the seated. Okay.
Great.
Thank you. So we can start then?
Yep. Good
evening, everyone. I'm Clarice Begman. I'm acting chair for, I'm a commissioner. I'm acting chair for this meeting. So it is now 7:01, and I would like to start the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Agency Commission meeting. And we'll do a roll call. Melissa Funaro.
Melissa Funaro here.
Matt Ormond.
Matt Ormrod here.
Ormrod, thank you. And David Goklowski.
David Goklowski here.
Did anyone else join?
I don't see anyone else.
Okay.
And just Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, a couple of housekeeping things. We request that people keep their microphones and videos off if the item that you're here for is not being discussed, just to help keep everything running smooth. And if you want to talk, we request that you use the raise your hand feature, which is, I believe, *6 if you're calling in by phone. So that way we can keep things orderly and running smooth. All right.
So first we have the minutes from the June 8th, 2020 regular meeting. Do any of the commissioners have anything that they need to talk about for those corrections or additions to those meeting minutes? And if not, does somebody want to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion to approve.
Melissa Funaro, I second.
Commissioner Beglan, so we'll do a roll call, right? So Melissa Funaro, sorry, not a roll call, or vote. Melissa Funaro.
Melissa Funaro, aye.
Matt Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
And David Goklowski.
David Goklowski, aye.
And Clarice Begemon abstain. Okay, so we have 3 applications for receipt. The first is Inland Wetlands 230605, 29, which is 25 to 29 Business Park Drive. It's a patio and native plantings along the edge of a lawn or water course.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland agent. So I was informed that a patio was installed, so I went out to investigate. Well, got in touch with the person that did the activity, and we met on site to look at it relative to inland wetland jurisdiction. And I informed them that there's activity that should be permitted, so they've submitted an inland wetland application. At this time, the patio work is done, and any ground disturbance has been vegetated with lawn. There is a wood chip berm along the lower limits of disturbance at the top of the water course, which it was functioning as an erosion control feature, and they're now looking to modify it into a landscape feature and put some native plantings in that berm. So I will share the site plan, and we do have a representative for the application present, but I said I'd kind of give a brief overview. Let me see. All right, so Oh, you're seeing the wrong screen, aren't you? Screen share. Screen 2. Okay. So is everyone seeing a site plan?
Yes.
I'm gonna backtrack real
Yes.
quick and start with the GIS map. So this is 2529 Business Park. It's kind of in where the corner of Business Park is, if you will, on the outside edge. To the west of the property is train tracks. And then along the western limit, there's a water course, existing structure and lawn area. And the patio is constructed approximately in this area of the lawn. So this is the existing building, the parking lot, the water course, and the train track, I think is this red line over here. So patio is existing and they're looking to plant the mulched berm area with various native plantings. And I do have some pictures as well if the commission wants me to pull those up. I mean, I've got people in the waiting room. So this application's for receipt, but I did mention with the applicant that I would discuss, that I thought it was appropriate for the commission to discuss whether it's something that you think is appropriate for the commission to hold on to and review at the August meeting in more detail, or if it would be appropriate for agent approval, given that the work to continue is kind of the beneficial portion of the project, if you will.
Jamie, this is Acting Chair Begamon. So when this has happened in the past and somebody has done work, and we get it back and they now are doing an application, which is for receipt. How often does that go to, I mean, in what ways would that go to agent approval versus the commission needing to look at it in more depth?
It depends on the scope of the work. So I certainly didn't feel like it was appropriate for me to do as an agent approval without at least bringing it to the commission. So I think for this particular site, the existing conditions is a consideration towards that. I don't think there's a wrong call on this. So it's existing lawn right up to the top of the bank of the water course, which is mostly vegetated with invasive species. And then there's the water course between that lawn area and the railroad tracks. So this is the site in its current condition. I don't know in this case that it really helps for it to be agent approval because they probably shouldn't be planting until, you know, late summer, early spring, or early fall anyways. But also, you know, there are benefits to not necessarily keeping everything on the agenda if the commission is comfortable with it being reviewed administratively. So we do have the applicant with their hand raised. And also I just want to mention, I believe Melissa Papatones joined as well.
Yeah, sorry, I was late. I got stuck in traffic.
All right. So Commissioner Begamon is acting chair. We have 4 commissioners seated. So Begamon, would you like to seat Commissioner Papatones as well?
Yes, Acting Chair Begamon, yes, for Melissa Papatones. Thank you.
Okay. So would the commission like to hear from the applicant in regards to the application?
Acting Chair Begamon, yes, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, my camera's not working. My name is Joe Lepre. I'm with JDL Construction. I'm the applicant for this project. As you can see, in the area, the invasive species have kind of taken over the back there. And after speaking with Jamie, we kind of made a plan on it. We hired a landscape architect, and that's what we have the plan that we submitted to the town, to Inland Wetlands, to try to modify that slope, clean it up a little, cut back only the 2 foot high of the invasive species to give our new plants a little area to grow. I mean, as you can see, like the ground and everything is stabilized. We just would like to clean up that area there, you know, where the berm is. And that's why she tried to match that with some native wetland plants that would be approved by the commission. And we have a plan that shows each one of the plants in the listings.
So I'm just going to continue scrolling through the photos a little bit real quick for the commission. On this far side, there wasn't really much disturbance. There was a little spot up here where there was a picnic table and the grass underneath it wasn't growing, so they reseeded that at the same time, and the wood berm extended the full length. And this is a tree root here. It's not ground disturbance. And then this is a look back at the watercourse area. So,
Commissioner Finaro, I'm okay with agent approval. I just was wondering, Jamie, will you be going back to check on the progress?
certainly. So if I were to review this administratively, I would have certain conditions. I don't know if you noticed there was some debris. I'd have one to be that, you know, any trash debris that can be removed, be removed. I would have standard inspections. At this point, the erosion control inspection is kind of done, but certainly we usually have a pre-planting inspection, a post-planting inspection, something like this, probably monitoring for a couple of years just to make sure the plants are surviving. And also there's no drainage associated with the patio. It just sheets flows over the lawn area. So, you know, something to just kind of document that there's no concentrated discharge of stormwater. It's kind of a unique situation.
So
It's on that threshold.
this is Acting Chair Begemon. Typically, if somebody were bigging a patio, that would be taking up quite a chunk of grassland, making an impervious surface where there had been pervious and is close to a wetland. I think we would have more details about the amount of water that would, you know, someone has to make a determination, that some skilled person qualified a determination about how much water that is adding, you know, further toward the wetland. You know, how is it discharging, and could that impact the wetland?
Okay.
And if so, I think we would want that. And whether or not you get, if you get that, could be agent approval, but I think we would definitely want to have that as a condition.
Prior to approval,
Yes.
an application requirement. It looks like the applicant has their hand raised in response to that.
Yes, again, it's Joe Lepre, JDL Construction. One of the other things on the existing pad we had spoken about with Jamie was to actually raise the outside of the patio, the wall part of it, to keep any debris from going into the wetlands. So in doing that, that would also keep any of the shed water, any of the water that, you know, doesn't get out through, won't have an access point to really, you know, get out of that patio. It'll just have to be trickled out through a couple of weep holes. So it will slow down the water significantly if you do get a heavy water on that patio.
Acting Chair Begemon. David, Goklowski, you have a question? Or your hand raised?
Yes, David Goklowski. And this is to the applicant. I'm noticing the border, is that is that fill covered with mulch, or is that just a mulch pile? That's the border around that patio on the pictures.
Right. That's a chip and mulch border is what it is.
Okay, so there's no fill or any topsoil in there?
At this point, no. That's when we do our wetlands planting, we're gonna have to open it up, open, oversize the holes and put some compost topsoil mix in there.
Acting Chair Begemon, any commissioners with other questions or concerns about having it be agent approval versus bringing it back next month?
This is Commissioner Ormrod. Yeah, I'm okay with agent approval. I would like to see, it's hard for me to get an idea of the pre-existing conditions. I think we should, and we typically would require some kind of stormwater calculation. What kind of sheet flow is coming off of this impervious surface, and can it, will it impact that brook in the back? Without that information, it's kind of hard to get an idea of, the impacts it could have.
So it sounds like what the commission would be looking for is for the application to have a letter or some sort of documentation from a civil engineer addressing the stormwater from the patio area and whether there's enough lawn area remaining along with the vegetative buffer proposed to accommodate sheet flow without issue, or if stormwater management should be provided. And if that's submitted, then you would be comfortable with it being reviewed administratively.
Acting Chair Begemon, and I think to Matt's Ormrod's point, to have some documentation of what were the pre-existing conditions, because that way, Jamie, you might decide to bring it back to the commission if there was something that has radically changed.
Yeah, I did go out there very shortly after it was installed, and I don't think that like the grade changed much. I think the disturbance was from stockpiling material and actively working. And I don't want to speak too much, but it's my understanding that it was built quickly for a particular event. So I don't think it was built during the best conditions. So I think more ground disturbance occurred than ideally would have if it was constructed during a dry period, which is why you're seeing so much area being reseeded. So I really don't think that it's changed that much. And I have been out to the site previously, not recently, and I can't, I don't have any documentation of what it looked like previously, but unless the commission's specifically concerned with that, I don't think it's really necessary. Mr. Kuklowski.
Yeah, I have no issue with having an administrative approval. My only concern was some of the cleanup that's in the area right now. I noticed some pallets that were in there, and I'm sure that they have nothing to do with the applicant. But if the applicant could see fit to remove those, I think the commission would feel a little better that that particular area was cleaned up a little bit.
And the applicant has their hand raised again, unless any question.
Yes, Joe Lepre again. Yes, we do. The debris in that stream has been there for, I've been maintaining that property for almost 30 years. And the debris in that stream has just accumulated in there. So we have thought and planned on, getting in there and trying to clear some of that, especially that there's a couple of pallets in there and a couple of, larger pieces of items that were in there. Just to speak on the seating area, the area disturbance looks a little worse as far as the hydro seating is concerned, but that was only based upon the access point to get into the project. So the area really isn't a large area of disturbance, but when we hydroseeded it, we basically hydroseeded the entranceway that we had to use at the end of the parking lot. So that's why when you see the pictures of the new seed, it looks like there's a larger area than there was, but it was basically just the driving of in and out of there. And then we overseeded everything when we hydroseeded it. And the time constraints were specific due to they had a grand opening with the governor. And so we were under a time constraint. So that's why we probably hydroseeded a little bit more than, we would have normally, but we were kind of trying to also overseed to make it look a little bit better.
Acting Chair Begum. So Jamie, we don't need to, if the commissioners are in agreement that it goes to you with the you talked about, that you see a civil engineer's report, we do not need to do a vote on this, do we?
No.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have any other concerns or? Okay. So we're moving on to Inland Wetlands 230606, 3537 Harrison Avenue.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So this application is for receipt. It's not actionable. However, it was suggested by the applicant that the commission might want to set a site walk. I think I saw that they might be in attendance. Yep, hand raised.
Jump the gun.
Want to hand it over to the applicant real quick, or?
Sure.
Good evening, Chuck Mandel, agent for the applicant. This property is actually across the street from the Branford Police Station and that food district, the lunch program. We're proposing 6 additional apartment townhouses behind the existing building. And I felt it would be a good idea for the commission to go out and actually see the site. I'm going to recommend to the owner that they get a functions and values from Bob Russo, certified soil scientist, just so you can get a comfort level as to the condition of those wetlands. I'm a commissioner myself, wetlands commissioner myself, and whenever an applicant comes in and tells me these wetlands are useless, these are no good, or or low value, I always get my hackles up. So that's why I highly recommend that the commission go walk the site before they make any decisions. Thank you.
So, Acting Chair Begeman. So we need to set a site walk date. We often do this a week before. The next meeting is August 11th. It's in August 4 or so. Am I right or wrong about that?
August 10th. So August 3rd would be a week before.
Okay, August 3rd.
I will not be here August 2nd through 4th. I don't need to attend, but if you want me to attend, I would suggest either doing it on the 31st or 1st, or possibly the Wednesday before on the 9th.
Chuck Mandel, Jamie, we've walked it before, but I'll be more than happy to walk it at your convenience with it and along with the commission.
The commission can go without me, and or Katie might be able to join.
Either way.
IW Associate Katie Blanchett. Yeah, I mean, depending on the evening, I can certainly do it. So as long as it's not on the 1st.
Acting Chair Begeman, and commissioners are availability. What's everyone's availability for the 9th? That would be my thinking of the preferred time to go do this.
Commissioner Papantonis, what day of the week is that?
The Wednesday.
Wednesdays are tough for me.
I'm
Thank you.
also in on the 7th and 8th, which is Monday and Tuesday, same week as the meeting.
Commissioner Finaro, either of those days work for me.
What time of day would you be doing the walk?
It's usually the next step. Historically, we've done it around 5:30 on weekdays.
Yes, it's Commissioner Ormerod. I'm fine with 5:30 on the 7th or 8th.
Commissioner Goklowski, same with me.
Okay, so 7th or the 8th. Can I randomly pick the 8th? All right, Jamie, I think we have August 8th at 5:30 for a site
Okay.
walk.
We'll send an agenda out to the applicant and the commissioners.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Acting Chair Begemon, so we're moving on to Inland Wetlands 230701 55 Meadow Road, new home with a septic, pool, and an accessory building. It's also an application for receipt. Is somebody here to speak about it?
Believe so.
Oh, I think Waldo muted. Oh,
Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. Try now.
So I hear now? Okay.
yes.
Okay. I'm Mark Young. I'm a land surveyor with Waldo Associates, representing Mark Stout, the owner of this property. The proposal is to demolish an existing house, which is in pretty poor condition, and construct a new house with a detached gym and a pool. The newer house certainly will be more in keeping with the neighborhood. The existing house, not worth too much. So we've cited the house and most of the improvements outside the review zone. The lot as a whole is about 2.8 acres. The wetlands are on the west part of the lot. The wetland boundary was flagged by Bob Russo earlier this year. That wetland system extends quite a ways to the west. The property itself is from the review zone is mostly lawn. Right now, there are a few trees which are in poor condition and will be removed. We haven't spotted them on the site plan, but we will shortly. The house will be served by on-site septic system. We've done test holes both in the front and the back. The test holes indicated deep sandy soils, which are highly suitable for leaching fields. The septic system will be to the just to the northwest of the house, and the septic tank right next to it. That leaching field is entirely outside the review zone. The gym will have a separate bathroom. There'll be a separate septic tank serving that. Again, outside the review zone. And the pipe from the septic tank for the gym to the leaching field, that will cross the review zone. As you can see, a portion of the patio surrounding the pool just is a few feet into the review zone. So that a bit of the patio and the associated grading will be in the review zone. Additionally, we're proposing a footing drain to the southwest of the house. That we've set that at an elevation which will provide gravity flow from the basement. So we couldn't really move it up anymore. We're showing a splash pad made of riprap. I don't expect a lot of flow coming out of there. We dug test holes out in the front, and they're about 8 feet deep, which is almost the depth of the proposed basement. And in January, they were dry. So, as I say, the basement is definitely above groundwater. We did do some standpipe monitoring on the holes in the back, and that indicated fairly, well, the southerly hole had a higher water table, and then the northerly hole, right adjacent to the proposed leaching field, that had water down, typically average about 5 feet and deeper. So that's where we sited the septic system. For stormwater, we're proposing underground infiltration galleries. Again, this sandy soil is well suited for that sort of treatment. We have one set of galleries in the front to the northeast of the house. That'll handle the driveway. There's another set slightly to the west of that, north of the house. That'll serve a portion of the house. And another set of galleries to the slightly southwest of the house, which will serve the other part of the house. These are designed to handle the first inch of runoff from the roof and from the driveway. So overall, we've kept everything as far forward as we can. We're right up on the front building line with the garage. And as I say, the only activity in the review zone is the footing drain and a little bit of the pool patio and the associated embankment. The whole area is lawn right now. So the only trees that will come down are a few ornamentals that are currently in poor condition. So there's no big loss there. So overall, I think this will have no impact on the wetland and provide a nice home for the owner.
Acting Chair Bagman, thank you. Any commissioner with any questions? Oh, I see David Goklowski, go ahead.
My question is, what the property currently has a septic system on it?
Yes, that's well, it's behind the existing house, basically where the new house is going to go.
Okay, and
so that's it's it was built in the 1950s when the house was built, so we're just going to abandon it completely.
Are you going to fill it, or?
Well, it'll probably be excavated when they excavate for the house.
Okay, is there a septic tank there, or was it a septic pool?
I don't know that.
Okay.
There aren't any records that far back, and that's one of the reasons we didn't even consider trying to utilize any of it because it's so old, and also it's not in a suitable location.
Okay. So it won't have any impact on the current inland wetland status, wetlands?
No, we don't believe so. As I say, the proposed leaching field is outside the 100-foot review zone. The soils are deep, sandy soils with good percolation, and we don't anticipate any issues. It's about as good as you can get as a site for septic system, to tell you the truth. We don't see too many of these.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Acting Chair Bagman. Oh, go ahead, Matt. Matt, you have Armrod? No?
No, sorry. No question there.
Okay. Jamie, or does anyone, there's a stockpiling circle I see. Any other questions? This is for receipt. Jamie, is this something, I mean, it's in the upland review area. I assume this is going to come back to us, or is this something?
That's up to the commission. It usually single family homes, new builds are reviewed by the commission. This is a little bit unique because it's a redevelopment. I've not been out to the site. I've not had much chance to look at this application. It just came in yesterday. If the commission wants me to assess whether or not I think I can do it administratively, I could do that and bring it back to the commission if I think there's something the commission needs to review, given the fact that a majority of the activity is outside of the upland review area. I would want to see, I mean, it sounds like the trees that are being proposed for removal are in poor shape, but I'd want to see what that looks like relative to the upland review area. And it might be that that's something that could be balanced out with some new plantings or something like that. The commission's okay with me reviewing that, or if you'd rather it come back if there's mature trees being removed outside of the existing shown limits of disturbance, or, you know, in the upland review area. Just need some guidance on what that threshold might be for you.
So Acting Chair Begeman, commissioners, your thoughts? I personally think Jamie could review it, since she hasn't really had time, could review it and bring it back to us if she has concerns, and we would look at it next month as a commission versus agent approval. But that's just me. Anyone else?
When do they plan on starting this construction?
Mark Young, Waldo Associates. Our client has not indicated when he would start construction, but I imagine they would like to start as soon as possible, so they could at least get the foundation in before the winter, which would certainly be preferable to starting in February.
This site is located in Pine Orchard, is that correct?
Yes.
Pine Orchard zoning?
Yes, it is in Pine Orchard Association. One other point, Jamie, Mark Young again. If you take a walk out there and look at the trees in the yard, you'll see what I mean. It's pretty obvious. Those were in poor condition. In fact, there's some spruce trees in the front that are dead. Big oak in the back that's split in two. I think there's a dogwood that's half dead, you know, stuff like that.
Commissioner Armrod, yeah, I'm inclined to say, Jamie, yeah, you could, you know, look at the application more, and if anything needs to come back to us, then we could look at it accordingly.
Okay. I'll take a look at the application and probably arrange a site visit with the applicant. And if I think there's anything the commission needs to look at, bring it back in August.
Sounds, Acting Commissioner Chair Begeman, sounds good.
All right.
Inland Wetland Associate Katie Blanchett, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that I get this clear. So it's possible that it's going to be an agent approval unless Jamie finds something on her site walk or upon review of the application that she thinks needs to be brought to the commission. Correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Begeman, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, applications for review.
Okay.
Inland Wetland number 230601, 3949 North Main Street, the fueling facility. My understanding was that this was discussed last month and there were details that people wanted, so I don't know who will give the update about that.
Real quick, Commissioner Goklowski, do you have your hand raised?
No.
Intentionally? Okay. I'll lower it for you. Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, at the last meeting, the commission wanted to see the detail sheets for the site plans. Have some more information about some of the details like the containment within the concrete grooved lip system. So those detail sheets have been provided, and I think the town planner might have some additional comments to share with the commission, provide brief overview, and then can address any questions.
Yep. Hey, good day. Good evening. This is John Heffley, the town engineer. So just to kind of recap, the town has a current underground fuel tank located at the police department. It's 10,000 gallon fuel tank the certification will be up in 2025, which is kind of prompting us to proceed with this project. So looking around at the different town-owned properties and where it might make sense to have a fueling station. The fire department made perfect sense as far as access and being able to accommodate the fleet fueling station. So move forward with this location. And it'll be 8,000 gallons in total on an above ground tank, 2 4,000 gallon tanks within that one structure, 4,000 gasoline, 4,000 diesel. That'll allow, again, pretty much the entire fleet outside of the wastewater treatment plant and Department of Public Works to fuel up there. I think we addressed a lot of the questions at the last meeting. I think I had an underestimate of a few gallons of containment within that concrete pad. We did get that answer back from our consulting engineer. It actually holds 13 gallons within the grooves of that concrete apron at the fueling point. Again, the automatic fill where you set it and forget it will be disabled, which is how our current fuel pump is at the police station. So, to spill 13 gallons on the ground, your feet are going to get pretty wet before you get outside of that 13 gallons. So, I overestimated the amount of stone. I believe one of the commissioners asked about the thickness of the stone within the fenced area. That's actually 4 inches of stone. I said about 8 to 10. So I just want to correct that for the record. Other than that, we've got all the safety mechanisms that are in place that are required through the NFPA, which is the fire code, as well as the building code. So you got automatic shut off buttons for the user. Those who are filling the fuel tanks have automatic shutoffs so that they can't overfill. There's overfill protection just in case that something goes wrong. As well as a double line tank. So you have a tank within a tank per se, so that any spills due to the tank system are contained. So with that, if you guys have any other questions, hopefully we addressed everything that you guys are concerned with.
Acting Chair Begemont. So commissioners, do you see the details now that you were looking for? And I have 2 questions, which I assume that this is protected by a fire truck or something running into it, by stanchions or something. And the other question is, in the event that there's no power, there's a generator, I'm assuming, that runs this, that the firehouse has, if people need to get fuel when there's a power outage? Because some of the safety mechanisms of that automatic shutoff and fueling are all, I'm assuming, using electricity. So those are my questions.
Yeah, this is John. I'll address those. As far as the emergency power, yes, the fire department has full emergency power. On top of that, the fuel is actually delivered to the vehicle via electric pump. So in case that the generator doesn't work for some reason, we're all in a lot of trouble, but the pumps themselves will not continue to pump fuel. So that would stop that accident from occurring. And then yes, there's curbing around the pumps. There are bollards, concrete bollards that protect everything, including the tank itself. The tank itself is ballistic, so if it's fired upon with ammunition, it's designed not to release any of the contents. So these are heavily regulated by both the industry and the fire code. So they're all the safety mechanisms that are supposed to be in place will be in place.
Acting Chair Begemont, thank you. In terms of the water, the concrete, is there an increase or not of impervious surface And has the stormwater calculation been done for this area?
This is John. No, we haven't done any stormwater calculations, but the increase in impervious is, I want to say negligible, but it is very minimal compared to the rest of the site, which is fully paved.
So Acting Chair Begman, any commissioner with other questions that didn't get answered or a detail that they're looking for?
No.
It's Commissioner Ormrod. No, I'm all set. Thanks, John, for providing all these.
Commissioner Goklowski, I have no further questions.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I did get a very last minute staff report prepared in the Dropbox, which I can screen share if the commission would like. It does include some recommendations for consideration regarding condition of approval. Should the commission want to look at that.
Acting Chair Begman, sounds like we should look at that.
All right. All right, so basically I've got the initial erosion control inspection prior to land disturbance, final inspection upon completion. Parking lot / driveway shall be swept as needed to prevent tracking / transport of material beyond project area. And nothing shall be stored between the fueling station and the wetland area without approval from the agency. I did notice a couple of fairly inert things like sandbags in that area, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to say, hey, don't do that. And then the standard conditions and general provisions of all permits.
Right, so it's Acting Chair Begamon. If people don't have any other questions, is there somebody ready to make a motion for approval of BRIW 230601?
I put a motion before the commission for approval based on the staff report.
Commissioner Finaro, I'll second that.
And Acting Chair Begman. So if we can just, no, wait, after, Jamie, where was our process now? Is there discussion?
So discussion.
Okay, Acting Chair Begamon. Usually we just have a few more details added in there, such as the staff report prepared with a date, the 7/13/2023, and the motion should just have, the BRIW 230601 in it. And Jamie, what else am I forgetting?
I think adding the date for the staff report and the application number is sufficient. If you wanted to, you could also include the address 39 to 49 North Main Street. And then, if there was any additional conditions the commissioners thought is necessary, but if you're looking to make those amendments to the motion, if Commissioner Goklowski and Finaro can indicate whether they're accepting of those amendments to indicate that the staff report is dated 7/13/2023 and the application is BRIW number 230601.
Commissioner Finaro, I accept those amendments.
Commissioner Goklowski, I also accept.
Acting Chair Begamon, any further, any further discussion, last minute condition that we didn't think of? Okay, if not, we'll do a roll call vote. on BRIW 230601, 39 to 49 Main Street. Westlands. Okay, Melissa Finaro,
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis,
Commissioner Papatonis, aye.
Commissioner Ormrod.
You-
You were on mute.
Let me try that again. Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
And Commissioner Goklowski
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
and Commissioner Begemon, aye.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Acting Chair Begemon, we now move on to BRIW 230602, 185 Damascus Road, the exterior site improvements to the Francis Walsh Intermediate School. Is there?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, before we hand it over to the applicant. We did get a brief review at the last meeting. I did send over some comments to the applicant. They did respond to those comments. It seems to be comprehensive. That the response was submitted on Monday. I was out Monday and Tuesday. I have not fully reviewed everything, but we have those materials and those we can hand it over to the applicant for a presentation. Since I've not fully reviewed the materials, I've not prepared a staff report for this application at this time. And Dominic, would you like for me to screen share or would you like me to let you screen share?
For the beginning, I can skip the screen share. We've got a graphic that you don't have. So
Let me make sure I
turn me
let
off.
you. And then also just make sure you submit whatever you're sharing. That
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we're going to do that.
All right, try now. You should be able to.
Thank you very much. Tell me if you see the screen right now.
It's loading. Yep.
Okay, so you see the graphic. Okay, perfect. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dominic Saltruda. I'm with BL Companies, 355 Research Parkway, Meriden, Connecticut is the office. I'm the project manager for the site improvements for the Francis Walsh Middle School. We did come before you last month, preliminary, obviously to show you the site. We did a color graphic of the site, twofold. It makes it a little easier for you guys to understand and disseminate the site. And I'll zoom into some areas in a second. Furthermore, we had a public information meeting for the other portion of the project, which is looking at athletic field use throughout the town. So we colorize this. The project consists of, as we talked about last month, multiple program elements that have to do with the middle school proper, as well as renovations to some athletic facilities on the school site as well. I'll walk you along the site real quickly, and then I'll identify some of the wetland areas that we talked about last time, and touch upon the comments we got from Jamie and address those comments here tonight. Essentially, on the bottom right hand, you can see Francis Welch Middle School down here at the lower. Damascus Road is sitting over here. The wetlands do run kind of around the site. There is 2 existing athletic fields on site and a track around one of the fields. We're proposing 2 synthetic fields with a walking track around it. We're removing in this area, there's some existing underutilized or undersized basketball courts. We're going to replace it with a regulation basketball court and regulation half court. Down in this zone over here is some existing swing sets. We're going to actually put new ones in, but relocate the existing use over to the middle of the area away from the wetland. We're also going to provide a secondary playscape area for the school, since the school does offer recess to the students as well. Then we tried to provide a couple of use areas outside. We provide an outdoor classroom space, which is a banked amphitheater. That's twofold. For the bank over here, we were able to soften the softball grades in the softball field. And then we basically created that amphitheater within that area. One of the other activity areas is the track itself. It will be a 4-lane walking track. We will be able to stripe it for activities at the school for use by the track team, but also for physical education. We're also going to be doing an educational overlook, and we'll talk about that a little more extensively a little later in the presentation. We have pollinator gardens. We have these bigger areas here, here, and here, which are basically the bioretention areas for the project. We do show 2 bleachered areas for the activities along the athletic fields. It should be noted that the proposed use right now lights these athletic venue areas. Another critical portion to this project was the actual implementation or augmentation of the circulation throughout what we call the outdoor program areas for the school itself, making accessibility a key feature around the site. So anybody who is of limited accessibility means has an ease and use of these areas, both the athletic fields, the softball field, the basketball areas, and all the different program areas, you know, the swing sets, the climber, as well as the outdoor classroom. And then we're proposing a small restroom facility in between, adjacent to these areas as well. That's the program for the site. I'm going to talk through, if you don't mind, some of the comments that we got from staff. We appreciate the feedback on the comments. First and foremost, was the submittal of the overall boring log for this area of the site that we see here. Looking at the boring log, obviously gives us the information that we can use for the drainage of the site and to support construction of the light pole bases, things along those lines. That has been done. Management plan for contaminated materials. The answer to that question will be, we are going to be including the specifications. We don't anticipate any adverse effects or contamination. However, we'll have safeguards written in the specifications for the project if anything is encountered during construction. The second comment was to provide a cross section of the artificial turf field and the underlying drainage, and kind of get into a little more in depth with you guys on how this actually works. So I'm going to switch gears for a second. Bear with me if I click on the wrong tab right now. I got to find it. Essentially, the what we call a pancake, or the section for the field on the lower end, will be the compacted subgrade. All we're really going to be doing out there, and we'll discuss this when I show you the in-depth grading plan, is we're going to be peeling back the surface, the topsoil of the field, stockpiling that area, and then we're going to be doing a lot of building up. So we're going to compact that subgrade. We worked hand in hand with our Down to Earth, who was our geotechnical on the project, looking at how this is going to be built up. Then we're going to be bringing in 3/4 inch crushed stone, compacting that layer, a geotextile layer. This is a leveling course, then a geotextile layer. Then we'll be adding in ADH drains. These are essentially poly drains. They're kind of like a pancake. They're wrapped in a fabric, and they're perforated. And then we'll be bringing in a minimum of 10 inches of stone on top of that. On top of that is a leveling course, so 3/8 inch washed pea stone that levels the site. Should be explained during each one of these leveling processes. It will be laser grading to make sure that the tolerance is correct for the athletic fields. Then we'll be bringing in a shock pad, 1 inch thick, and then you stack on top of that a 2.5 inch pile synthetic turf field, two inches of which will be infill. So one thing you'll notice is this is a lot of volume of area that can capture a lot of water. A lot of the water from some of these rain events will percolate directly through into the sub portion of the profile. I'm going to go quickly to this set. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to go to the grading plan. So essentially, the grading plan and the area of the athletic field, which we're talking about now, you can see these like rib-like portions. The grade runs from the bottom of your screen, or from the east side, runs to the west side of the site, and it pitches that entire distance, and it's going to pitch at about a 0.5% across these fields. As the water percolates straight down onto these fields, there'll be interceptor drains under there. The majority of rain events will be percolating right down through for groundwater recharge. But we do give that option as it starts to get a little more rain. It'll start to grow up into these into these lateral ADS drains. Then it'll be taken into collector drains, and then there'll be some outfalls, and I'll show you each outfall in a second. One thing that should be understood is we're bringing the level of this area, and we discussed this last time, up a couple of feet above the existing grade now. So we're going to have that carrying capacity. In that boring report, we have the elevations for groundwater as well. So we've got an outfall sitting here that captures the first field. We have an outfall sitting here that captures the second field. Now I talked about how the grades go from east to west. We have another trench drain at grade along the western edge of the field right before it gets to the track. Now the track obviously runs around the entire site as well. We don't need per se that trench grade, but we're adding that to capture any sort of miscellaneous materials that may or may not come off the field. That can be in the form of sand or the infill or any plastics. They can be intercepted in that trench drain, and we'll talk about the maintenance report in a little while that has been provided as well. And then we have a structure that can be cleaned out before that stuff can get into the bioretention, but then it's a secondary. The bioretention acts as a secondary stop before it actually exits out into the wetlands. A couple of things I'll touch on, and we may reiterate a little later. You can see the shaded areas on this drawing where we show the bioretention areas pretty prominently, pretty good size. They are designed to be wet. I think the extensive wet, and I do have an engineer with us tonight if there's more technical than this. Any given time during a major storm event, it could be a wet bottom, not completely saturated for up to 2 days. And the plantings have been designed such that the plantings on the bottom are going to be able to withstand that. We do a lot of our more shrub plantings around the perimeter of these. So there will be some good educational observation areas, both of these wetlands and that of the pollinator garden, which sits right about here. I'm gonna go back to the colored document for a second, and we can always come back when you probably have questions, and I understand that. We provide the cross section. We talked about details of construction materials for the bioretention areas and layering of materials, get a better understanding of what we're looking at. Let me go back here. Apologies. So we need to provide a profile. Obviously, we're going to be dogging those areas out a little bit deeper so we can get a good growing media for the bioretention areas. And we're going to have some stone underneath there for some holding capacity, so we can make sure that the seeding mixes that we utilize and shrubs that we're utilizing are going to start to thrive in that area. And that's compounded with the maintenance plan for the project itself. So they will be managed correctly so we can avoid either creeping in of invasives, but also making sure that the natives that we plant in those areas will thrive rather than not thrive. One of the other questions, bear with me 1 second, I just got to turn my page for 1 second. We talked about the arrangement of the plantings, and I'm going to go to the planting plan itself for a second. I just have to find it. We revised plant list. Back in here, bear with me 1 second. As you see, our plantings occur on the edges, and in the middle, we're doing a mixture of grass infiltration. That's for the storm events, but they thrive even when they've got a little less than wet footedness. And then we're bringing in some really big bandings along the throat of one of the bioretention areas. And then obviously we do the same along those. The utilization of the plant material that we're looking at. Obviously, we're trying to get as many natives as possible, but we're also looking to implement some stuff that we know will thrive and or augment some of the other stuff that we're utilizing on site. You guys have probably seen a lot of these, the chokeberries, the milkweeds, cardinal flower and the like, black-eyed Susan for the rain gardens. Obviously the pollinator garden, I apologize, on this side. And then in the wetland area, we'll be using the asters and the tick seeds and then kind of augmenting with a lot of different types of flora for that area. We talked a little bit, and I'm going to make mention of it again now, the seed mixtures. And I'm going to talk about the seed mixtures first, and then we'll kind of look at them on the graphics so you can kind of understand what we're doing. We do have some regular lawn seed mix in those areas for playscapes or where we're having some of the outdoor program activities or even on the softball field. Conservation mix we're going to use at the edges, and then we're going to use our seasonally flooded mix to acquire in those areas where we have to be a little more wet-footed. We realize some of these are probably going to exceed and some will recede. So, that's part of that maintenance to look into how it works as it progresses through its lifespan and it starts to mature as the project moves past construction and into its life cycle. So when we go back onto this, and I'm going to I'm going to draw. I can't get around it. Obviously, you have a turf field. You've got porous areas, and then you have a synthetic, or I'm sorry, the bituminous track around it. The area of the softball field over here. The areas up here will be grass. Okay, and then as we get into these areas, obviously these are going to be planted with our wet seed mixes. The pollinator area can receive a little wet and a little conservation. And then and we discussed this through Jamie's feedback, a band of approximately 3 to 5 feet around the track area will receive a mow strip, but all the rest of it, all the way down to the lines, we're going to slit seed the existing lawn vegetation and create it into conservation or buffered mixes, especially around the edges over here near the softball field and then out near the parking lot. Down to the parking lot, we'll keep a snow edge, and there's some utilities that come in here, existing water, and there's some drain lines. We'll probably keep that close to the same way it is. Stormwater calculations, Jamie and probably some other people in town did some homework. We redid some of the stormwater calculations based on a confirmation of calculation for the rain garden number 2 and the top of banks. We want to look at that, make sure that we're staying up on it. A summary of the pre and post total runoff volume. The runoff volume will increase. We don't think the runoff problem is actually, we're going to see a decrease in all design storm events with this scheme. Wetland delineation, I'll touch on it. We did bring Eric Davidson tonight. If there's any questions on the delineation, we had a typo. We're human. We had a typo on our survey, so we've changed that for the report versus when the site survey was done. That's been taken care of. The wetland information of delineation of 2016 was provided to us last week by the town. We did produce an overlay, and we can show that tonight. And I'll walk you through it. It's pretty close. If you look carefully, the darker WFs, I believe, are us. The lighter WFs are the 2016. I'm just going to verify that because I know where the corrections are. Right here, over here, we had a small alternate connection. Doesn't really affect us. It's outside of our zone of where we're doing some work. And we had another one over here. But for the most part, the soil scientist from 2016 and Eric Davidson, who's on tonight, it's fairly close. I think the delineation is within 10 feet everywhere, or pretty close to 10 feet. So that says something to the two wetland scientists, both that were used in 2016 and that were used today, that they know the soils and the identification of what they're looking at. We have that for your review. There was some concern about some wetland flagging in the southeast corner of the fields near wetland flag 7781. I think it's more or less a photo issue. However, we did state in our response that if there is some standing water in some of those areas, the due diligence and the field review was performed, and if no standing water was observed, if it was reserved for more than 2 or 3 days, there could be a subject area where you have some compacted fill. It really doesn't have any bearing on the wetland delineations and the defined wetlands. I think what speaks volumes to that is you did have the 2016 and the 2022-23 delineations that are shown part and parcel, kind of the same spot. They did request a maintenance plan. We provided a maintenance plan for stormwater system in the field. Stormwater system in the field is a closed system. It's basically like an under drain system, so it does not have inspection ports, and they're not planned to have those. The one thing you have to remember is the lifespan of the field. We're looking at 8 to 10 years, so they can do maintenance at the 8 to 10 when they flip the carpet to a new carpet. So there's that option, but we don't think they'll have to do any of that. It is kind of like an under drain system. There are manholes prior to all the outfalls into the rain gardens that are going to require maintenance, and they're outlined in the operations and maintenance manual. We also have, we updated it to include regular inspection and cleaning of the trench drain twice per year and after heavy use seasons like spring and fall when the field is getting used, not heavy use of rainfall depth. The operation and maintenance manual has been adjusted also to include regular maintenance of the rain gardens, inspection for invasive plants as we outlined in there, as well as remediation when needed and mowing once per year of those areas, especially when they've been deposited to a height of, with that mowing to a height of 4 to 6 inches. So they'll be slightly managed in the bioretention areas. Well, rain gardens, fire. Conservation seed mix, I think we talked about, had been adjusted. We talk about the maintenance of vegetation, the maintenance manual as well. There was some question about wetland flag 23 to 28 in the northwest corner. That's what we talked about here, where these areas, I believe, over in here, 23 to 28, and how we've adjusted those, and we're within a tolerance over there. Likewise, we can go by the default tolerance, which we're basically going to put conservation mix in there and get rid of some lawn areas anyway. We had a few typos again. We had a mislabel. We've taken care of that. We also had a couple of missing details. We've added a sheet to that, taking care of the erosion control, dewatering details for you and that. And we've addressed all the comments. And that's kind of the end of the presentation that I had. We're available for questioning, and we appreciate any comments or questions that you may have. Thank you.
Acting Chair Begemon, thank you, Mr. Saltruda. Commissioners, questions? And
Commissioner Goklowski. I glanced through the report from Down to Earth Consulting, and the whole report was that I got out of it that concerns me is about the drainage for the fields themselves. They were pretty specific about making sure that the drains are cleaned on a regular basis, because the standing water has got to go somewhere. And if it doesn't go through the drainage, it's going to go over the sides of the artificial turf. My question is, who is going to maintain it? Is it going to be the Parks and Recs department, or is it going to be the company that installs the AstroTurf?
The system underneath the field will not require any sort of maintenance unless it's negatively surcharged to the system, which is not anticipated to do so. Any maintenance has to be done on maintenance, and then it's outside of the system, which we talked about. And maybe I forgot to show the outfalls, and I apologize for that. I'll go back to that. Bear with me 1 second. Bring that back up. So all of the closed system comes out to here, and then it goes into a manhole that sits right here, and there's a manhole that sits right here. These will have to be maintained by the town. And then the outfalls obviously fall into this system, and then this area can be charged with water. So the way the system is designed, the closed system underneath is allowed to percolate, and that will be groundwater that ebbs and flows if it ever enters that system. There's no anticipation, since we did raise the system up higher than the intentional groundwater system. So these systems are going to be where you're going to get any kind of buildup of any kind of debris is in the two manhole structures outside of the closed system. Just like if you have a drain around your house, and I've got engineers on board or on this call as well. You don't clean that drain, because the water coming into that drain is going to be clean. There's no reason to have it maintained in terms of it's exiting the system and it's not coming back in.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe somewhere in the report it stated that concerns of debris from the field, plastic debris and things like that could also get into the system. It's not on a regular basis, but it could happen. I
don't recall seeing him talk about any sort of debris into that system. If it was an open system where we had drains on top, correct. We have provided, as I stated earlier, a trench drain on the lower end to capture that stuff and bring it to an area where it can be removed, and that there's a maintenance plan for that as well. We, however, do not feel it's even going to get to that level. It's more of I call it even like a front door, a welcome mat kind of aspect that we're putting on the field, just to be cognizant and have a belt and suspenders on the field to make sure that none of that is being negatively discharged into any systems.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Is Acting Chair Begemon, a couple of questions. maybe the simpler one, the bituminous track that runs around the outside.
Right.
Can you talk about how water runs off of that?
Absolutely. The track itself is well, I'm going to show you on here. It's 4 lanes wide. We did that so they can have a competition or a 100-yard dash, at least along this area. I can give you the exact length of the track. It's actually longer than a 400-meter track. It's more of a walking path, but it does provide the kids access. The way we've pitched the track is the high point is around the field and it pitches away from the field. We didn't want to introduce that water back into that system of the field. We wanted to keep it separate. So it does pitch away from the field or from the field of play towards the buffer areas around the edges. The approximate width, I believe, is 14 feet. Yeah, 14 feet.
So Acting Chair Begemon, so in your report somewhere, does you address the sheet flow and in terms of the rainfall of the 10, 25, and 100 year, what would happen with?
Yeah, based upon, and we can talk to that, but based upon the limited amount of actually, like in terms of the way it's configured on the site and the limited amount of sheet flow is accounted for in the report, as well as the middle area where we're allowing the sheet fill and then fall into this area as well. So when you start breaking it down by smaller sections, in terms of that flow, it becomes negligible. I can't never get that word out. I'm sorry. It becomes you guys know what I'm talking. Negligible. Late for me. I'm sorry, but it was studied. We looked at if we were going to back pitch it or if we were going to cross pitch it, and we felt the best way to do it is if you drop a piece of water here right where the hand is, and we run them out. It actually kind of distributes the water a little more evenly. One of the things we were looking at is making sure we were distributing water in all directions, because currently, even with the fields, there's water feeding in all directions. So we wanted some water to be able to go to all portions of the wetland around the edges.
And this is Acting Chair Begemon. So that's in the report somewhere, talking about that managing of that water.
Yeah, all water on site is documented within the report.
Okay. Second question is, you said that this subsystem can absorb a lot of water, but when it can't absorb anymore and it goes into those rain gardens, at what point do the rain gardens or
Bioretention areas, yeah.
the retention areas, at what point did they overflow and where does that overflow go?
The bigger of them has a 10-foot wide weir outlet correctly right here. It will flow over. The one on this end, you can see where these two little pieces come around at 30.10, and then there's a 29.5. So as this fills up, it'll start almost the same type of process of wearing out. On this one, we do the same thing where we're using almost like a grass edge and kind of a weir structure, but it's mostly vegetative that we're doing. So we're going to armor it with soft armament, 30.5, 30.5, 29.5, and these are all calculated based on that. So you never really overtop, you start to drain off as you start filling up. Thank you. Am I still on or did I get dropped? Okay, just want to make, sorry. When I hear nothing, I get worried that I get dropped.
This is Acting Chair Jamie. Do you have additional questions or concerns? This is a huge project and I think it's new to, some of the stuff is new to a lot of us. I'm not sure we have had time to digest this and think about certain thing?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So, I did get a speedy response to the comments that I sent over to the applicant. Unfortunately, I have not had time to fully review them. So at this time, I don't have any additional questions for the applicant. You know, if the commission's going to continue this to the next meeting, I would certainly make a priority of making sure I review it and send any questions over to them as soon as possible. But a lot of the applicant walked through the comment letter. I would say if the commission is looking to potentially continue this to the next meeting, it sounds like the applicant has a full professional team here, so I would encourage the commission to ask any questions that you have tonight. So that way, hopefully, you know, if it's getting continued, they don't have to bring everyone back to the next meeting.
We would appreciate that, and I'll just interject. We are representing your town, but we want you guys to be thorough. We appreciate the feedback that you guys are providing us. We want to get it right. I will say, if we are continued, I will make the comment, we are probably going to apply for planning and zoning. We usually, you know, of this nature, we look to get an approval through you, but if that continuous happens, we're probably going to apply. We realize they're off in August, but I can talk anticipated construction at this point too as well. We're looking to take advantage of the winter months. This is a school site, so we're looking to try to start construction early next year in the winter, so we can take advantage both of a drier time, knock on wood, in the winter. What we're also looking at coordinating with the Board of Education, making sure that we're out on that site when the kids are not utilizing the outdoor spaces as much. That doesn't speak to any of the approvals. I'm just giving you a construction timeline of what we're trying to anticipate moving forward. I noticed you asked another person earlier what their idea for construction was. Ideally, we'll be looking at submitting this to planning and zoning in the next couple of weeks. And I would just, you know, have mercy on us in terms of, if you do continue, like maybe we could get a letter so they understand, because we'd like to get this approval first, but we may end up going with them just to make sure we can get on keep our construction schedule on track. Thank you.
This is Acting Chair Begemon. I know that you mentioned, Mr. Saltruda, that pool of water, I think in the southeast maybe section, that's not wetlands. I know there's also a section further to the west that may be off the property that looks like where the water flows north, that there was a pool of water you could see in the aerial photo. But maybe the soil scientists can talk about that. I think it can be confusing when where you see water and it's not considered wetland.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, just to tag on to that, that standing water line, what was that based off of field observation, or was that pulled from a GIS layer, or what kind of presented that information?
Yeah, can you identify? I apologize, I had to find my mute button. Sorry about unmute. Can you identify on this screen can you guys see the aerial that's up currently, or are you seeing something different?
We see an aerial.
All right. Can you identify on this? I mean, we thought there was a standing piece of water down in this area. And if you're looking at other areas of standing water, we do have Eric Davidson from Davidson Environmental on tonight, and I think he can address that. I don't know if he wants to unmute and introduce himself.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm here. It's Eric Davison. Yeah, if you could tell me when you saw the standing water, that would be helpful. When it was it after a rain event?
This is Acting Chair Begemon. I didn't see it. I read about it from last meeting. It was discussed, I thought.
I know we had the comment, and I'll read the comment, and Jamie, you can correct me. Let me find the comment. we had some wetland flags on where it was located, I believe. Just looking for the comments.
But no information about who observed it and when.
Wetland flags versus standing water in the southeast corner of fields, wetland flag 77 to 81. And I'm under the assumption that that was based on this map
Yeah, yeah. So I was wondering,
down in this
so the
area.
line with the 3 dots in it, it's identified somewhere as standing water. Is that based off of like aerial imagery, like a GIS layer, or was that based off of field observation? Do you know? Because I mean, if it's based off of an aerial image, it's obviously going to have a certain level of inaccuracy.
Was it
And
on
if
the
it's based
was
on
it,
field observation, if it just rained the day before, or you know, if you just had
was
a
it
large storm
identified on
event.
the survey? Am I missing it?
So there's a line with
Right here?
nope. So if you look at where it says WF-77 in gray,
Yeah.
there's like a line with 3 dots in it, like
Right there.
yeah, that line right there. So that line is slightly outside of the wetland area. So I was just curious.
Yeah, I have a
You know what
feeling
that line
that's
indicates?
based on our survey, right? Yeah, that's a survey line. I have a feeling what ended up happening is one of our surveyors didn't want to get their feet wet, and they probably was some standing water just outside of the wetland zone. Honestly, I mean, I think it's probably that they try to pick up edges of stuff, and they probably just picked up an edge. Eric, for the edification of everyone on the call, can you tell how you identify the wetland flags out there so people understand?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the survey here now. I don't know what. So I think what I'm guessing that is in a lot of cases the surveyors do an aerial interpretation of standing water, and they'll do that and drop that on the survey. Usually once you pick up the wetland flags, that'll get removed. Off. But yeah, it's not unusual to have that line be not quite accurate, obviously, because it's an aerial interpretation. But could there be standing water at times beyond the wetland boundary on these edges of the field? There could be, and I think that's something that sometimes is difficult to convey to wetland commissions. But what we're flagging is the transition from moderately well-drained to poorly drained soils. Moderately well-drained soils, especially after a 2 or 3 inch rainstorm, anything over a 2-year rain event, you will see ponding and saturation in a moderately well-drained soil, and it could be up to date. It could be several days that you could see that. So it's very common to have standing water in a moderately well-drained soil that's not wet. The difference is for a wetland soil, it has to be longer than 2 weeks in the growing season for that to occur. So at these edges of the field, it's very likely in a big storm you could see standing water. But I think that line to me looks like what a surveyor drops onto a map based on aerial interpretation when they're doing their base mapping.
Yep. And we can verify that now that we know exactly, because we were looking at aerial photographs trying to figure it out. And Jamie, that was just a misconfusion, I think, on our part. We literally pulled up Google Earth and a couple of other formats that we have, and we were staring at like, where are we seeing water? So yeah, it was an error.
I wasn't trying to call out the wetland delineation as being incorrect or anything, but I thought it was an important point to bring up since the grading does extend into that area, just to provide some clarification. And, you know, particularly if it comes up down the road, we can say it was addressed.
This is why we do, this is the checks and balances that has to happen. It's perfectly fine.
But yeah, so yeah, I wasn't sure if it was picked up actually in the field, or to me, it also looked like it could have been, because we have a layer in our GIS that's standing water, which somebody, you know, magically drew based off of aerial imagery. Obviously, it doesn't relate to what's on the ground.
I'm going to also see John Smith, you're on the phone. I mean, is that something you've seen before? I have, and I'm almost positive it's a standing water line from the survey that just didn't get hidden. The flags are what we go by. That's why we pay the wetland scientists to go out there and flag it. And like I said, when we start looking at the overlays, you know, in this area, the flags are almost identical. I mean, look at this. There's a little bit of a seep here, but this is where the, you know, the proof is in the pudding. This is it right here. I mean, you've got 2 different soil scientists laying out the flag. So I mean, that's what tells me that this is an accurate and a very good depiction of where those wetlands sit. unless someone thinks otherwise. Then we can talk about it. So this stuff was, we took what we had. I should say, full disclosure, we took the PDF that was sent to us by Jamie and we overlaid it on our survey. We did our best to try to get it as close as possible based on scaling factors on both plans to make it fit, and it pretty much does. There's a little bit of a difference, but there's not much. I mean, these are pretty close surveys.
This is Commissioner Begemon again. Other commissioners with questions, because I have another, but want to give people an opportunity, other people.
Commissioner Ormer, no, go ahead, Clarice. I'm no questions here.
Okay, Acting Chair Begemon. The hill that comes down from the parking lot that then is going down toward the new.
Right here. Yes.
Yeah. All the water coming off the parking lot or going down that hill.
Right.
That's a pretty steep hill. That's going into which detention area?
I'll show you what's going on. I'll make it kind of easy. I might even put some red lines on here. First of all, some of the steepness to that hill is going away because you have to remember we're raising grade in through this area. So everything's kind of coming up a little ways and falling down. So if you imagine, there's some steepness to it. We're realigning the accessible ramp. This is where the kids come across and down. So we're realigning that. And then we've got this area here. So there's kind of a defining line here. A lot of this water will go this way into here. Then this stuff we're kind of breaking. There's a method to our madness, the way we broke this area up. So we've got a smaller view shed. Nothing's coming down from the parking lot. The parking lots are completely out of the mix on this. If you see the LOD line right here, limit of disturbance, the parking lot, there's a curve we've built up and we can actually fall away. We are falling away quickly, but we're limiting that watershed. We're bringing it down. So we're going to have absorption, and then we're sheet flowing through this area. We're picking it up into these areas of grass here. And that's why I want to jump over to here with this green area. And then we're sheet flowing this rather than trying to consolidate this or point source flow this. We're sheeting this area into this zone. So it starts to pick up here and then it grabs into this bioretention swale here. This kind of goes right out into the field. This kind of makes its way back towards the field as well, but goes through the playscape, and then we kind of swirl it around a small activity wall near the playscapes. But a lot of that's just sheeting through because you have such massive green areas. Currently it all sheets, and then what we did is we broke it up so we can have lawn areas, and then we kind of condense it all down in this bioretention. It gave us this opportunity when we had the concept for the project. We wanted outdoor room areas. We tried to utilize less impervious surface by kind of tapping into the used areas. And obviously you don't see a real path. This is the overrun for the basketball court, and then the path. We have to actually have some accessible paths that have to be added to the aspects of each zone outside we want to be able to have access to. But we also looked at this zone and said, it would be nice to have buffers around the athletic fields. They didn't have to have all this room. I think it was just by nature, we just started mowing out further. And now we're going to pull that back. So we've got some of these areas that are both natural and can be used to capture some of that water.
Acting Chair Begemon. Another question is, how common is it, it doesn't really matter how common it is. When you have two artificial turf, big fields next to each other, soccer and football, and you have that trench system, I'm just thinking of these crazy rain events that we've had lately in different parts of the state. And I know like a 9-inch rainfall is considered 100 year or something, but those little pellets that are part of, I think they call that the infill on the field.
Yep.
They float or sink. And if they float and they go into those trenches, and if you go into the retention ponds and then they fill up and they weir off into the wetlands.
Yep.
How do you prevent them from getting into the wetlands? My question.
Well, first and foremost, let's talk about those pieces anyway. The infill is going to be a crumb type rubber and sand mixture. that mixture is going to be predominantly a 60-40 mix, more or less. We'll call it 50-50 for now. That's easier for everyone to think about. The bottom is going to be locked in and won't be trapped. So you're just looking at the pieces on the surface. If you've ever been to the ice field, it does move around a little bit. You know, will it float eventually? Yes. We think it's going to get trapped in that trench system. You know, a major event, we should understand, the stuff is inert. We don't anticipate it going, you know, you might get some trapped in that system during a big flooding event. But what also happens is if this thing raises up into that area, you will eventually meet an equilibrium that, you know, it'll kind of trap itself within the system. But we feel that heightening the field up, putting the system that we did in place, so we've got any corner surcharge. Even if it did fail, it's going to fail into the bioretention swells. It should never make it out of them. You got to remember those bioretention swells are going to act just like we want rain gardens to act in parking lots. You guys have seen rainwater. It's trapping a lot of that stuff. Does some stuff get through? Absolutely. A lot, not really, if it's maintained, and that's why we have a maintenance plan. Even when we cut it down to the 4 to 6 inch height, it's going to grasp anything that comes through that area pretty extensively. And that's the whole reason why you want the middle and the side set up a little bit differently, so you can kind of trap anything in there. If we get the flooding like they have up in Vermont, this system, and I think I had the engineer on board, this system actually goes and drains to the north. It doesn't go to the south, the railroad track. So we've extensively reviewed the wetland system proper, how this drainage area works, how it moves through the area. So this one doesn't ebb and flow as much. It can fill up, it can surcharge. We know that. We feel that we've heightened it up enough that it's going to be well above any sort of elevation change that we'll have during a catastrophic event. We didn't keep it at the same elevation. It was studied, trust me, to keep it low, to kind of have that lighter foot to it. But we raised it up a considerable amount for that reason. That's why you see these tight lines right in here of grade, to bring this up a little bit and to offer ourselves a little bit of a respite for that water. We've also, if you think about it, we didn't add this to the wetlands, these areas, but we're supplying areas that if you do get that inundation, you know, there's a balance to where the invert elevations are and where the bottom of the ponds are, so to speak, the basins. So we've got some area to collect some water prior to that, even if it's weeping in.
Acting Chair Begman, thank you for that explanation. Any other questions from staff or commissioners? It sounds like for a timeline, if we bring this back to the August meeting with the full staff report, that would be okay for the applicants?
Yeah, we're on board for that. I would just ask that if staff gets that report, if they've got any other things that we can address. I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring all the. I brought the full package tonight, so I may end up having to have those. I will definitely be back. I appreciate what you guys do, and I think that it's a a worthwhile project. And I'm hoping you guys come out, during construction or when it's complete, we can take a walk and see how this area is going to interact with the wetlands. It's kind of exciting.
One commission acting chair Begeman. I heard you say you went with Crumb Rubber. Was that the town's decision? Because I mean, I'm just thinking of the protection of the wetlands, and
it hasn't been fully vetted. We're using that as the choice right now because of using like particulates that are being used at school and here. If it changes a little bit, it can modify. We'll come back and talk to you about it. We're still working through what's called the G-shock value, which this is a middle school site. So we want to make sure that the impacts are such that we're not injuring kids on the school surface. So we're working through that. It's a little tougher with a municipal project where I can't say that we have a sole source provider for the carpet itself. So I have to make sure that you can have multiple bids on that. We will have a probably a precedent of choice type of situation where we kind of say, well, this was the basis of design, but we can go with X, Y, or Z. But we're also looking at the functional viability of understanding that there's more than one synthetic in town. So we're looking at just to understand the other side of the coin that's working in concert with this is studying the lifespan of that carpet, the lifespan of this carpet, how they can be interchanged, you know, in terms of, you know, do you go with the same manufacturer? Do you go with the same types of infills and things along those lines? We did provide you with information, I believe, from the beginning, Jamie, that we were going to lean towards something like that. We like the sand-based crumb rubber, the G-Shock value and the inert value. There are studies that we've provided from Connecticut DEP and from National on that aspect. I think it doesn't move around as some of the natural additives, break down faster, but they also can move around a lot. They don't have a specific weight that this has. So we try to keep it as, you know, basically making it as smooth a surface, as a more manageable surface as possible. And then, like I said, we added it in with the augment of the way the system is laid out so we can keep it on the actual field of play.
Acting Chair Begeman. So regarding those different types of fill and protection of the wetlands, they are comparable. I mean, I don't know if anyone present who can talk to us about that.
Yeah, and we can talk about it. We've gone and looked at a number of different fills. Some of them are very not comparable in terms of compaction, also in terms of you know, the crumb rubber is inert. It doesn't have any other impact that's going to change it. We're not using as much as we need to on other fields because we are going with a shock pad underneath the actual field of play. So we can actually increase the amount of sand that's going to go in that mix. And that's, yeah. And then the other thing we're looking at is some of the other natural additives decompose. So they are going to actually leach to the system. And we won't want that to occur.
Acting Chair Begeman, thank you very much for that. And Jamie, what else do we need to do?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So again, if any commissioners have any questions for any of the experts that are here tonight, they should be asked now. And if it is being continued, I'd urge, if commissioners are looking at the materials and have any additional questions, to email staff, just staff, and we'll pass those on to the applicant so that way they can be addressed prior to the August meeting.
Try to bring up the, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's a picture of a fire I just got. Sorry, that's my screensaver. Sorry.
And yeah, so assuming the commission's planning on continuing it to the August meeting, my intent would be to review the materials as soon as possible, draft up any comments, questions, and or staff report and distribute that information to the appropriate parties as soon as possible. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to submit the application to planning and zoning so that you get scheduled for when they're back to meeting, and you're not getting held up. The commission will have to make a decision at the August meeting or request an extension, but is there any information that commissioners feel they need for the next meeting that hasn't been presented tonight? Hearing a lot of crickets.
Yeah, this is acting Chair Begeman. I mean, I know for one for me, in terms of there's a maintenance plan we've heard. There's no maintenance on. So the questions about maintenance and I think have been answered.
Yeah, there's a maintenance plan. There's the information that was referenced regarding artificial turf. And all that information is available in the Dropbox. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to review the revised maintenance plan or fully look at all the revised plan sheets. But like I said, skimming through it and the presentation tonight, I think my points were addressed. I can't 100%.
And we'll send that graphic over to you. It is on the athletic field survey website as well. In case anyone wants to go there, I can do a plug for the other portion of that project. I can send along a link that you can give to all the commissioners as well.
Okay.
Acting Chair Bingham, what I'm hearing is that if any commissioner has thoughts, get that come up in the next few days or so, get them to Jamie immediately, and that and so she can get them on Mr. Celtruda, and we'll see this again in August with the staff report and any other comments that have, or correspondence that's gone back and forth.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
All right, Acting Chair Begamon. I believe we're moving on to enforcement.
Correct.
And we have the first notice of a violation, which is 38 Howard Avenue.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So we did receive a survey this week and we received an application today. So it's kind of a unique situation because it's not for receipt until the August meeting since it wasn't submitted 24 hours prior to the meeting. So the application has been submitted, so that's a check, but it's not for receipt tonight. And I believe we have the property owner and their response / applicant team present that can kind of give a brief overview of that information that has been obtained at this point. We have also received 2 petitions for intervener status in the notice of violation and any pending application to resolve the violation. So it would be for the violation and the application for receipt in August. So it might be appropriate to start with the intervener petitions first. I did touch base with town council briefly. The petitions came in at the very end of the day. It's been a while since we've had one, but he has looked at it and has advised that it would be appropriate for the commission to move forward with reviewing them. As far as a petition to intervene, the commission's not looking at the merits of the rationale in the intervention per se, so much as the fact that the it's relevant to the commission's jurisdiction. So I can start by pulling up those petitions.
This is Commissioner Acting Chair Begamon. So Jamie, just a question of process. If we can't really look at the receipt of the application until August, would it make sense to do the intervener things and then do the and then do the receipt in August for the application?
Yeah, so the application won't be for receipt until August. You could start to discuss the information available relative to the notice of violation if you think that's appropriate, and or see if I would at least offer that you suggest that you see if the property owner has the notice of violation would like to present any information for initial thoughts or feedback or concerns that they that kind of thing. Since I do know that they're here, I think it's appropriate to at least relative to the notice of violation, that the application will not be for receipt or considered until August.
Okay, Acting Chair Bagman. So we'll start with interveners and then talk about the NOV.
Yes, I think that would be appropriate. So I don't know if the commissioners are familiar with the intervener stat petition. So this is intervener under SEPA, environmental law, and basically they have to submit a petition that identifies what their environmental concerns are. And the commission has to determine that it falls within their jurisdiction. And then if the commission makes that determination, it would be on the interveners. It'd be the intervener's responsibility, burden of proof to prove to the commission their claims. I do see that there is a hand raised, I believe, from a representative for the property owner of 38 Howard. Would the commission like to allow him to speak prior to moving forward?
Acting Chair Begeman. Sure, let's see. Mr. Perito?
Yes, thank you. For the record, James Perito, I'm an attorney with Haller and Sage at 265 Church Street in New Haven. I represent the property owners of 38 Howard. I'd just like to just point out, and I'm not sure if the town attorney looked at this or not, but the intervener petitions are brought under 22A, section 36. And I took a quick look. I took a quick look at that statute this afternoon, and it doesn't appear to provide any process for intervener status. They might have been thinking of something else, but that one is not the correct statute. So I'm not sure that this commission can grant intervener status based upon the statute that they've put in front of you. But that's a legal issue that you and your town council have to deal with. So go ahead and make that determination, and then if we could simply address from the applicant standpoint where we are with the NOV, and then next month we'll go forward with the application, if that's okay with the chair.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent. So yes, I would say I was assuming it's 22, a different section of the statute. So I'm actually not familiar with the section that's referenced. I kind of made an assumption there. So I don't know if the commission wants to give me a brief minute to look up that section of the statutes, or
this is Acting Chair Begeman.
Table this until it can be properly reviewed.
Acting Chair Begeman, we have people who probably are not familiar with intervener status. We need guidance from the regulations. If there is something that is not correct, we need to look into that, and we need to decide whether we take time tonight to do that or whether we table it. So I don't know how long it would take, Jamie, for you.
All right. Well, I suggest we maybe table this portion for now and let the applicant or property owner discuss the status of the notice of violation while I take a quick look and determine whether we can move forward with the petitions.
Okay, Acting Chair Begeman, that sounds like a good plan.
And if you want to screen share the site plan or anything, feel free.
Again, Jim Perito on behalf of the applicants, and Kim McCabe and Charles Watts, who are the owners of the property. They're here online with us, as well as Jim Preddy from Crisquillo Engineering, who is our site engineer and whose office prepared the plans that are in front of you. We're here with an after-the-fact application, which you'll actually hear the application next month. But as a bit of background, the site fronts on Howard Avenue, and I'll have in a moment Jim Preddy pull up the plan. But it fronts on Howard Avenue, slopes uphill to the home. And there's a small level area, and then it slopes back down the back of the property to a small stream. The owners had engaged a landscape engineer and a landscape operator to essentially come in and sort of help take out some of the debris that prior owners had thrown down the hill. There was tires, there was metal, there was things that had over time, over many years, have accumulated down there. And in doing that, some of the vegetation was removed. They then had done construction, put in a patio area, and did not realize that they were within the 100-foot review area. So that's when the NOV was issued in April, and all work was stopped. And they did install a silt fence at the direction of Jamie to make sure there'd be nothing impacting the stream. At that point, we've been developing with Crisco Engineering a plan that would address some of the concerns that have been raised. And if you'll allow Jim Preddy just to simply pull up the site plan as just an introductory to show what we'll present next month. Again, Jim.
Good evening, Jim Preddy, Crisco Engineering. I'm going to share my screen.
Your voice is a little funny, Jim.
Yeah, it's coming through a little funny the other way too. Well, hopefully you all can hear me. So this is since we were here initially, or since the NOV, we did perform a survey on the property, and this is 38 Howard again. As Mr. Perito, Attorney Perito had mentioned, we are on Howard Avenue. The lot slopes up to about the back of the house, and then it slopes down toward the intermittent water course that's in the back of the property. This water course does seem to generate from, I think it's called Rustic Road. There's a couple of catch basins where it comes off the road, then it seems to be piped under a few yards. This property and the one on the other side of it, in which case then the pipe outlets again, and then it comes through here, and there's a couple other pipes from seemingly like roof drains on other properties. The northeast side of the property is basically all lawn right up to the edge of it. So this is the area that had been cleared.
Excuse me, Jim. It's Acting Chair Begman. Can you zoom in a little? It's hard to read. Can you make it a little bigger?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the, again, this is the area between the wall and that stream that had been cleared out, and in the debris that had been underlying removed from this area. This is the retaining wall that was then constructed, and then this patio area, and which blends in with the paver driveway as it comes up to the side of the house. There, along with the NOV and wetlands, there was also one from zoning at the same time. The retaining walls are, they questioned the height of the retaining walls. There are a few spots that are higher than 3 feet, which would require them to meet building setbacks. But, we do have a plan to lower the wall. I'll come in a little bit here. We do have a plan to lower the wall and lower the grades to make the zoning aspect of it comply. But to the NOV, we did have Davison Environmental go out and take a look at the property. He suggested that it didn't appear that there was any degradation to the water course or any ill effects from what had happened. But in a matter of, because of the shade was gone basically from the brush that was removed, that he suggested that we plant a few shrubs along the edge of the stream, and then overseed the dirt areas that are there with an erosion control or restoration mix. We did also submit the letter from him outlining his visit there, and the description of that water course, and his opinion that no adverse impacts were observed from the vegetation removal. I have been to the site a number of times. It doesn't seem like there's been any sediment transport. And the silt fence doesn't seem to be, you know, filling up with any material. So quite honestly, there's so much pieces of old concrete and other things that are basically armoring the slope that there really isn't very much opportunity. And there's ledge outcroppings too, so there's not very much opportunity for erosion, I believe. But so those were the issues I think that involved the NOV. You know, there was a question about PVC coming through the wall. That is basically a weep hole. The PVC only goes into that foot of stone section that's directly behind the wall, so that water can't build up behind the wall. You know, when this got leveled out, it really provided a soil envelope that really wasn't there before. So most of the water that seeps through the pervious patio now sits in that that soil envelope, and you know, it's able to get in where it can. Again, there is a very rocky area, but it did provide some slowing down and some area of absorption that didn't exist before. But that PVC was only for that stone section that sits behind the wall to keep the wall from failing. So the times that I've been there, I've not seen any evidence at that pipe that there's been any kind of erosion or any, again, sediment transport at those points. The plans that we did submit, because we're now going through this process, we did add you know, direction for lowering the wall to make zoning happy and removing actually a little bit of the paver patio and adding some more grass area in here. Again, because we're going through this now, we've added a location of an 8x10 shed, which actually meets zoning setbacks, although sheds under 200 square feet can actually be within 5 or up to 5 feet property line. We kept it directly between the building setback lines, which are these dashed lines here, basically in the center of the property. And then you know, the intention was at some point to continue the retaining wall on the other side of the steps that exist in this little area here. And even though it doesn't have any direct impact on that slope, we added it to the plan just as you know, to make it complete. Jim, am I leaving anything out? I think that's I think that addresses those items.
Acting Chair Begman, thank you, Dan. So we've heard a bit about the NOV. Jamie, are you at any point to report?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So I think 1 minute.
It's Commissioner Papantone. Jamie, let me help you a little bit. I'm looking at the statutes, and I'm not sure that it provides for intervening. However, I think it does provide for people to object. So this is only for receipts today.
Well, the application's not for receipt and the notice of violation is ongoing. So I believe that the intention was to intervene under 22-19A, but I could be incorrect. I believe we do have one of the petitioners present, and they might be able to clarify if that was the intent or if I misunderstood. So 22A36 is the wetland statute, which doesn't have intervener.
Hi, Jamie. This is Dr. Sophia Nori and Stephen Diaz Romero, the homeowners of 34 Howard, who filed one of the intervenor petitions. And I apologize if we put the wrong statute down. That would have been a mistake on our part. We can update that and provide it to you.
So I'm a bit at a crossroads because I don't want to hold up an intervening document based off of what sounds like a typo, but I also don't want to prematurely move forward. So give me 1 minute.
Okay, and this is Acting Chair Begeman. Would.
Okay. So I did reach out to town council to get his opinion. And it sounds like there's no requirement that they cite the statute. So as long as the petition substantially meets the standards of the statute, he thinks it's okay to move forward.
It's 22A20, by the way. Commissioner Pappington's statute.
So the
This is Acting Chair Begon. Had they had the right number in there, we would proceed. Council is saying it's okay to proceed. So we can hear from them.
So let me pull up section 22A19 just so that the commission can, I think this is the first time for a lot of commissioners to deal with an intervener. It's the first time I've dealt with one in a while. So let me just screen share it real quick. So 22A allows for an individual party to intervene in any administrative, licensing, or other proceeding. I'm going to kind of just skip around a little bit. So in order to do so, they have to submit a verified pleading, which the document they submitted would be containing, the verified pleading shall contain specific factual allegations setting forth the nature of the alleged unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in air, water, or other natural resources of the state, and should be sufficient to allow the reviewing authority to determine from the verified pleading whether the intervention implicates an issue within the reviewing authority's jurisdiction. So that would be within the jurisdiction of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission. For purposes of this section, reviewing authority means the board, commission, or other decision-making authority, which in this case is the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission. And then the commission, it shall consider the alleged unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in air, water, or other natural resources of the state, and no conduct shall be authorized or approved which does or is reasonably likely to have such effect, as long as, considering all relevant surrounding circumstances and factors, there is a feasible and prudent alternative consistent with the reasonable requirements of public health, safety, and welfare. So
Acting Chair Begeman. So we've heard that, and now we thank you, Jamie, for going over that.
Yeah, so let me jump over to the petition. So this would be the verified pleading. So they reference section 22A-36, which is the Inland Wetland statute. So I'm hereby petitions to be made a party to the enforcement action and any application to remediate the violations in the enforcement letter of August 24th, 2023. And so they state a couple points of information about the property. prior to April 24th, 2023, without obtaining any inland zoning or inland wetland approval, property owners constructed a retaining wall, filled a large area between the retaining wall and rear of the home at the property and directly upland from the brook, covered the area with patio pavers and removed substantially all of the vegetation in the upslope area from the retaining wall down to the brook. Property owners now use a portion of the impacted area as a parking area for their automobiles. The property owners have established drainage pipes which discharge on the slope down to the brook. The creation of the retaining wall, installation of the patio pavers, excavation of the upland area, and use of the property as a parking area is reasonably likely to have the effect of polluting and destroying the public trust in the water and other natural resources of the state. And I think I read part of 22-19, which kind of tracks with that out loud. So yeah, and we have our town council logging in now if the commission has any further questions or concerns regarding moving forward. So at this point, the commission's not determining, you know, the validity of the arguments of the petition. They're just considering that it's relevant to the jurisdiction of the Inland Wetland Commission. And what this does is it makes the intervener party to the application. And it also changes a little bit of the review process, which we'll have more information for on the next meeting, as far as making determinations. And I did read that a little bit of that from the statute, but I would have some more information for the commission for the next meeting.
Do you need do we need a motion on this? I'm sorry, it's Commissioner Papantonis.
I think it would, it never hurts to make a motion.
This is Acting Chair Begemon. Before we have a motion, let me just try to recap the idea that our work right now is to decide whether.
So it's kind of to confirm whether to give intervener status. So as long as they meet the benchmark of making an argument of having impact relevant to the commission's jurisdiction, the commission shall grant, not grant, I guess, but shall grant intervener status, shall confirm intervener status.
So Acting Chair Begemon, so whether or not what we see in terms of what could in the letter could be seen as quote arguments to be an intervener. We don't look at the merit of that. We just look at whether the types of things they're concerned about fall under the Inland Wetland Commission's jurisdiction.
Right. So if their concern was, say, simply about traffic, that wouldn't fall into the Inland Wetland Commission's jurisdiction.
Got it. Thank you. So, Acting Chair Begemon, is there more discussion that we need to have? The commissioners.
Commissioner Goklowski, Jamie, have you had the opportunity to physically view this area?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I have been out to the site, not recently, but I've actually been out to 38 Howard and 34 Howard Ave since the work was conducted and the silt fence installed.
This Acting Chair Begemon, again, going back to whether or not Jamie had seen it, we still need to decide just based on what their the petitioners are concerned about, whether that seems to fit under the Inland Wetlands Commission.
Correct. And there are two, they're basically the same thing. If you want, I can screen share both, because I think you could probably make a motion to address both at the same time if you wanted to.
Yes. Acting Chair Begum, why don't we see the other?
Just see which one I have here. All right. So they're pretty much the same thing with the exception of who's petitioning. Again, discussing the property in general, the violations, the activity, and the statement, the creation of the retaining wall, installation of paver patios, excavation of the upland area, and the use of the property as a parking area is reasonably likely to have the effect of polluting and destroying the public trust in the water and other natural resources of the state.
Acting Chair Begemon, is there a motion? Is there a commissioner would like to make a motion on this?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Papatonis?
Yes, Commissioner Papatonis. I'm just looking for I'm sorry, it's looking for the number, sorry. Regarding notice of violation 23. Can you give me the number, please?
We don't actually assign numbers to notice of violations. So notice of violation for property 38 Howard Ave, 2023. Notice of violation for property at 38 Howard Ave.
All right. Given that Sophia Norris and Stephen Diaz, I'm sorry, it's gone now. Took it away, Jamie.
Oh, sorry. Looking to see everyone's faces.
And Stephen Diaz Romero have, and also with the other petitioner, and Lisa Licio have filed request to intervene that meet that meet section 22A19 of Connecticut general statutes. I move that they be allowed to intervene, having met all the prerequisites of the statute.
Acting Chair Begemon, is there a second?
I second it. Commissioner Goklowski.
Okay. Acting Chair Begemon will have a roll call vote. Commissioner Funaro.
Commissioner Fornaro, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis.
Commissioner Papatonis, aye.
Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
And Commissioner Begemon, aye. All right, so Acting Chair Begemon. Jamie, after we do that, since we did that, what's the next step for tonight?
For tonight, I guess if there's any other questions at this time regarding the notice of violation, otherwise I would suggest continuing everything to the August 10th meeting, at which point the application will also be for receipt. At this point, the parties that have petitioned are interveners, so they'll be included per the statute requirements on notifications and whatnot.
Commissioner Goklowski, does the commission feel that there should be a site inspection before the next meeting?
This is Commissioner Ormrod. Along similar lines, I was going to ask, I guess one, Jamie, have you been out to the site recently? And if not, I'm seeing what looks to be the most recent photos of the current state of the property is in the Davison environmental report. It looks like a site visit was made on June 21st.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Yeah, I have not been out there since then, so that would be. You can, usually it's after an seat, but this kind of has two processes going on at this point. So it is before the commission if you want to request that site visit prior to the August 10th meeting. We could inquire as to scheduling something.
I suggest that we try to put it into the same evening that we're doing the other site inspection on Harrison Avenue.
Jamie, do you mind if can I make a comment?
I'll leave that open to the chair.
Acting Chair Begemon. So go ahead, Ms. Nori.
Thank you, Acting Chair Begemon. So this is Sophia Nori and Stephen Diaz-Romero from 34 Howard. We were one of the interveners. I just wanted to provide some context as well as to why there's a couple interveners on this case. So to just provide some more context about the neighborhood. So we live in a pretty densely populated neighborhood around the brook. And so the brook abuts 10 properties and the brook then ejects into Long Island Sound. So there have been a number of climate related issues that have pertained to the brook that have affected the properties around this particular area. You know, the brook actually used to discharge into a beach area, and the beach eroded after one of the storms several years ago. And then also properties have flooded because the brook has overflowed. The other intervener, who unfortunately couldn't come today, did authorize to share that her basement has flooded because the brook has overflowed and then overflowed the pipes underneath where they run underneath in the ground. And the town actually had to come and completely take out the pipes and replace them. And then also the holding tank of those pipes are on another abutting property. So when the neighborhood, discovered that unfortunately the retaining wall was not built with wetland permits and there was not a drainage plan in place, there was concern that the brook could overflow and that there would be drainage implications because of the activity that was completed. We are also interested in, because we have noticed that there has been excavation and fill that was on our property that we believe was placed because of the building of the retaining wall. And that is why Jamie also completed a site visit to our home as well and to our property. And so if there is a site walk that's being done, we would ask that it's also done on our property, because as you can see from the survey, the retaining wall is built almost like on top of the property line, if not actually on the property line, and is also planned to be on the other side on 42 Howard as well.
Acting Chair Begemon. So Jamie, thank you, Dr. Nori. So Acting Chair Begemon, if is that something that we would do, look at the two properties, or do we need something special, some sort of special something? It's not typical that we go look at somebody's property that's not part of, I understand the rationale. I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not typical, but I think if they're providing authorization and the commission thinks it's helpful in the review, it's not
okay,
appropriate.
Okay, as long as we're not making any sort of transgression. And commissioners, what is your pleasure with going on the 8th to also do a site visit to this location?
Commissioner Goklowski, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, I see some head nods. I think I see enough head nods that will give us.
Before we confirm 100%, I suggest we check with the property owners.
Okay.
I'm presuming my clients have no objection to that. They allowed Jamie to come on before. If they're not available, then certainly myself and or Jim Creddy can be there.
All right, so Acting Chair Begman, we have a second location for site walks on August 8th.
Okay. And does the commission want to start with the Harrison Ave and then go to Howard, since Harrison's expecting to be at 5:30?
Yeah.
So,
all right, we will get an agenda out to everyone.
Madam Chair, what time would it start at Howard, you think?
Often we give, Acting Chair Begman, like if we start at 5:30, which I think we said, then it would be closer to 6 that we get to Howard Avenue.
Yeah, we might get there a little early, but I'd say 6, give or take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So Acting Chair Begman, is there anything else for 38 Howard Avenue for tonight? I don't think so, but is there, Jamie?
I don't think so. I think at this point, continuing the rest of it to August 10th makes sense.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome. We move on to cease and correct 230501. Notice of violation 144 Brushy Plain Road, vegetation and piling of woody debris.
All right, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm not sure that anyone's actually here for this. If you are and I'm not putting together your name, let me know. But otherwise, I'm just gonna give a brief presentation. So I did go out to the site on July 6th to review the activity that had been completed per discussion at the last meeting. So they have fixed the erosion controls, continued to maintain them, pulled the stormwater pipe back, so there's no longer discharging directly to the wetland area, and installed a stone riprap energy dissipator, and they did vegetate the ground disturbance area. It's coming in fairly well, but it's not 100%. It was pretty late in the season at the time. So let me screen share. My recommendation would be that the commission maybe have me do a final inspection in the fall after they're able to do a fall seeding and hopefully get a little bit more coverage. So in this area, the erosion controls you're seeing basically pretty much demark the wetland area. You can see the wetland vegetation was by and large undisturbed, and is doing okay. You can see 2 of the maple trees that were planted, and there's a little bit more stabilization of the ground before they can remove the erosion controls. This is the pipe before it was approximately just on the other side of where these hay bales are. So they removed, I think they said a 12-foot section of the pipe, and they sent me other pictures as well. I can share them if you want, but they excavated a depth, I'm not sure exactly what, but it looked like somewhere between half a foot and a foot to place this stone. And I discussed with the owner keeping an eye on this, and as it vegetates, considering, assessing whether or not additional stone is needed, or if the vegetation is able to establish, potentially be left as is. But to keep an eye on that, and we would reassess removing the erosion controls after that follow-up inspection after the grass is able to establish. And here's just a little bit further back. You can see that energy dissipator and the 3 maple trees. I did also talk with them about the fact that this tree in the back is a little stressed from the planting, it appears. And I was informed that I said some places have warranties on, for a year or whatever. He indicated he got it from somewhere that does warranty the plants. So I said, just make sure you keep an eye on that so that you can replace it if you need to. And I mentioned that the commission oftentimes in situations like this have required monitoring for 3 to 5 years to make sure that the plants survive. So I guess at this point, I would recommend the commission consider what you would like to see relative to the cease and correct order at this point, as far as inspections, monitoring, wrapping up to close it out. There was also the activity offsite where there was debris, ground cover, kind of pushed back and piled up. It was discussed at the last meeting that at this point, it probably makes more sense to leave that alone. So I would probably just stress that, you know, no additional activity shall occur off-site in that area, unless the commission has other thoughts on that.
Commissioner Papantonis, can we pass this since the homeowner's not here? We're not sure what the plantings are doing.
Well, honestly, I think that there's enough here for the commission to potentially make a decision on how to best proceed. And it would keep it off of your next agenda. So my recommendation regarding the plantings would be to monitor them for probably 3 years, but if you felt more comfortable with 5, then we could do 5. Starting with, you know, next year would be year 1. And then, so 2004, 5, 6. And that, since it's just 3 maple trees, I feel like I could inspect that. And then I would want to see before this year an inspection regarding final site stabilization.
So Acting Chair Begemon, so I think that this is a cease and correct that would be lifted. Is that the correct terminology?
Well, so that's another option. Usually if there's monitoring, it doesn't get lifted until that monitoring is completed. So if you're satisfied with the condition as is, it could be lifted. If you want to have continued monitoring and or inspections, I'd recommend leaving it in place for the time being.
And Acting
at this point, I don't think it's ever been affirmed one way or the other. Like it's never been upheld per se, but per state statute, it's upheld until a decision is made. So I think at this point, it might make sense to kind of make a decision. So if you do want more monitoring and stabilization, it might make sense to uphold the order, uphold and modify the order to basically acknowledge the work that's been done and what it is you're looking to see. So perhaps that's a final inspection after the fall seeding season and germination, and then monitoring for years, growing years 2024, 25, 26, and upon successful survival of the 3 trees, at that point the commission would consider lifting the order.
Acting Chair Begemon, that sounded very good. It sounded like the elements that we have to make a motion to, someone needs to make a motion to uphold and modify this cease and correct order. Is anyone ready to do that? Take a stab at it and can be helped along. In other words.
I'm happy to. This is Commissioner Finaro. I'd like to say cease and correction number 230501. Notice of violation at 144 Brushy Plain Road. The vegetation removal and piling of woody debris. I would recommend that we look at the progress of the trees. There's 3 trees in the new growth that was planted to make sure that it's going to be successful over 3 years, the next 3 years.
Commissioner Papantonis, second.
Acting Chair Begamon. So now there's time for discussion. I think we need to add two things to that. One is that we would like to have a final inspection after the fall seeding, and that what we're doing is called upholding and modifying the season, correct?
Commissioner Finaro, I'm good with those additions.
Commissioner Papantonis, I'm good with that also. As a second.
Okay, so Jamie, we need to vote, or unanimous is okay on that? I mean,
vote.
We need to vote. Okay.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call. Here we go. All right. We are voting on CC 230501 on uphold and modify. Melissa Finaro, Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis.
Commissioner Papatonis, aye.
Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
And Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
And Commissioner Bagman, aye.
All right, so I'll send them a letter indicating that, and also that upon completion of those items, the commission will vote to lift the order.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Now we go to notice of violation 72 Parish Farm Road and 10 High Meadow Road rear, import of earth material within the upland review area.
That would be me.
I think we can hear somebody or your TV in the background.
Oh, okay. Let me, I'll be right back. I'll take care of that.
So Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. We did receive the wetlands report. It was done, I believe, by Matt Davison. It indicates that the wetlands are about 80 feet away from the activity that has occurred on site. I don't know if anyone had a chance to take a look at this. I will quickly jump to the sketch from the soil scientist report because I think that's the most helpful. Just to kind of refresh everything. So material was brought on site. Erosion controls have been installed. As I stated, we've received the wetlands report, which indicates activity is about 80 plus feet away from the wetland at this time. The owner does intend to ultimately submit an application for an accessory structure and associated grading of the material on site. So this is a notice of violation, so it's kind of an informal violation, but I think at this point, it's important to discuss timeframe for application. I know that surveyors are backlogged pretty far right now, so it will take a little bit of time. The site does need to be surveyed. Site plan does need to be created. So I don't know if the applicant has any thoughts as to when they think they might be able to submit the application with the full site plan. And then if the commission wants to respond as to whether or not they think that's appropriate, or if the commission wants to provide guidance to the property owner.
I have the application in front of me and I could drop it off tomorrow, but if it needs to be submitted with a site plan, then that's going to take some time. As you said that these surveyors are backlogged. So,
yeah, so Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent, as long as there's no additional activity on site and the site continues to be monitored as far as the erosion controls. I was out there yesterday. It seemed like a long time ago, but yesterday. And the vegetation is establishing pretty well on the slope. These are pictures from when Matt Davison went out and did his inspection. I've got photos, I think, in the Dropbox from yesterday as well. There are a couple of places where there is some erosion on the slope. However, the silt fence is holding up, and I did talk with the property owner about reinforcing with some additional stakes and or staked hay bales, preferably behind the silt fence, just to make sure that there's no issues. And also they were talking about kind of using some woody debris to help kind of prevent a debris dam in those areas. So it probably is gonna take 2 to 3 months, based on my experience with application submissions, to be able to get a site plan. So unless the commission has concerns and thinks an application needs to be submitted sooner, I would kind of recommend considering that information as far as timeline goes. I mean, otherwise you're putting it on the agenda and getting an update that the survey isn't ready. So I don't know if the commission is comfortable with maybe giving him until October or November, with the understanding that the erosion controls need to be maintained and that perhaps staff has to be allowed out periodically to inspect and confirm erosion controls are holding up until the time that the application is submitted.
Commissioner Goklowski, Jamie, he has not done any further work since.
The only further work he's done is the work that's been requested, which is site stabilization.
So, okay, so he's followed the direction.
Yeah, and I think given the distance from the wetland, I'm a little bit concerned with the steepness of the slope long-term. So I do think we want to encourage an application sooner rather than later. But I don't foresee it being an immediate threat to the wetland that we need to get an application ASAP.
Would 90 days be sufficient for that, and then maybe an occasional drive-by to see what's going on with the property?
Don't know what 90 days from today is, but I think it would give them sufficient time to get an application together, based on what I've been seeing for turnaround on site plans.
That would be October 13th.
So our next meeting is October 12th. So, you know, if he can submit, I guess maybe based off that information, if he can submit prior to October 12th, that would be ideal, with, you know, submitting.
Yeah,
At that point, I don't know if maybe you want to give him until November 1st or something like that. But or October 30th.
Acting Chair Begeman, the reason to give longer time is so that they're not in violation by not having submitted an application because they haven't gotten a site plan.
Yeah, and so that it's not on the agenda unnecessarily.
Why I would suggest that we put it out until the November meeting. And I think somebody will have to make this motion, correct? This, or can we just put we're continuing the notice of violation, correct?
Yeah. So yeah. It'd probably be a good idea to make a motion. And you could make it so that it has to be submitted for review at the November 9th meeting with a deadline of submission November 2nd at the latest, which is a week before the meeting. And if he can get it submitted for an earlier meeting, that would be great. But if not, then
okay,
hopefully that provides him enough time that we're not discussing why he needs more time in November.
All right, so Acting Chair Begeman, we're looking for a commissioner to make a motion with those.
Okay, Commissioner Patton-Thomas, I'll take a stab at it.
Right.
Notice of violation, 72 Parish Farm Road and 10 High Meadow Road. I make a motion to continue this matter to the November 10th meeting, with the instruction to the property owner to file an application before that meeting, and we will accept it earlier if he's able to. We will accept it for the October meeting if he's able to get everything together for that time. Is that what you wanted? I hope.
Second, and then discussion.
Acting Chair Begeman, is there a second?
I second it. Commissioner Goklowski.
I think that kind of covers what we discussed. I would just correct that the meeting in November is on the 9th. I think you said the 10th.
And I, acting
Thank
chair, we don't need to have in the motion that you are permitted to go out, Jamie, because that with the notice of violation, you're permitted to keep checking in on the property, or do we?
I
need
mean, the property owner has been very responsive and accommodating. I think, would Mr. Nuzzo, would you be open to inspections every once in a while just to confirm the silt fence is still operating as intended?
Yeah, you can go there anytime you want. I have no problem with it. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just trying to get this thing done
I don't think it'll be a problem.
in an appropriate manner. How's that sound?
I'll let you know first.
Okay. You could always let me know, but you're welcome to go there anytime.
All right. I inappropriately asked that question while there's a motion on the table. So somebody want to start a roll call?
All right, so acting chair Begeman, we have a vote for continuing the notice of violation that we just talked about. So Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Funaro.
Commissioner Funaro, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
And Commissioner Begeman, aye. Great. All right.
I'll send a follow-up letter, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, acting chair.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I don't think we have anyone present for the next two violations, so I might suggest tabling them until the end of the violation section, just so that way the people here don't have to wait.
Okay. I think that sounds good.
All right, so we're going to table item.
We are going to table CC 220601 and CC 221201 until later in the meeting to allow people to be present.
So after item H under enforcement.
Okay, and so.
Okay, so that puts us at item F.
Okay. So we are now at item F, the notice of violation, 616 and 620 East Main Street. I believe this is a new one that's coming to us.
Yes, so Jamie Frederick, and the Wetland Agent, I had received an email complaint about removal of vegetation adjacent to a pond. So I went out and took a look, saw that there had been some recent vegetation removal, light ground disturbance, didn't appear to be regrading or anything. Trees and some shrubs were left alone. So I sent a letter out to the property owner. I also had a conversation inquiring about the activity it came to my attention that the activity actually spans two properties. So I modified the notice of violation to include both properties. At that time, there had already been a response to my concerns. I was told no additional work would occur. I was informed that the area had already been seeded. I requested that some erosion controls be put in place. Some loose straw or hay was spread to help hold the seed in place. I've received photos showing that that seed has established and the vegetation has come in. So the erosion concerns are addressed at this point. So I think at this point, the thing for the commission to review is the vegetation removal itself. I've received some correspondence regarding prior condition of the site and maintenance. I will let that be addressed directly rather than trying to rephrase or repeat other people's words. So I will start off by just showing a quick GIS map showing the area of subject to the violation or notice of violation. Of course, I'm all out of order now. So I'm sure most of you are probably familiar with YMCA in town. This is property just before you reach that property, heading out towards Guilford.
Commissioner, Acting Chair Bagman, Jamie, you're not sharing if you're mean to be.
I'm working on it. All right, so
Okay.
you should be seeing it. This is the YMCA building right here. This is, I understand to be a man-made pond. You can see we have a wetland delineation on the kind of northeastern side. So the violation was initially sent to 620 and I modified it to include 620 and 616. I found a survey from, I believe, the 90s, and it kind of showed that this is more squared around and the activity to go up to the pond edge. So I included both. And again, it's my understanding that the intent was kind of to restore a previously maintained condition on site. We have received some photos, historical photos, to help show that. So I think at this point, the commission would be reviewing to determine whether there's still outstanding notice of violation concerns that need to be addressed, such as stabilization or replanting, or an submission of an after the fact jurisdictional ruling request. Or if you're kind of comfortable folding that review into this notice of violation process, of course, after you review and consider the information available. So let me just pull up some photos. So this is the latest photo I received from the property owner. You're looking at the back side of the pond. Pond's here, Route 1's off to the right. You can kind of see the house off to the left. You can see the vegetation is pretty lush and established. And I will quickly screen share. I'm going to just kind of jump through the email on the when I print from my email that doesn't print the whole picture, so I put them at the bottom. So I don't know when this picture was taken. Believe we do have a representative present that may be able to provide additional insight. This is the house, I believe, on 620, and you're looking kind of from Route 1 or with Route 1 to your back. I'm not sure. Looks like a painting of same area. This is actually, I think, a photo from when showing that it's been seeded, and the request for stabilization of until the seed establishes. Now we've got one more historical photo with Route 1 here and the pond. So I don't know if the commission has any questions for me at this time, or if you want me to hand it over to the property owners to provide any insight they have.
Commissioner Goklowski, I know a little history about this property. I believe the Cook family donated the portion of the YMCA property. It was part of their property originally. And if my memory serves me correctly, because I did grow up in town, there was quite substantial wetlands on the YMCA property when it was actually approved. And from what I can see in the pictures, they've maintained that buffer pretty well between the YMCA and the John Cook property. That was I believe it was John Cook's property. Can you go back to the current pictures you have, Jamie? I believe I saw the in the background the YMCA building right there.
Yep, you can see the YMCA.
Right there. You can see right in there. This grass area was part of that with structure where the YMCA is right now. So they've maintained that buffer pretty well between the YMCA and those that man-made pond on the property.
Yeah, so the area where the activity occurred was kind of along this northern western portion of the pond and a little bit back towards the house on 620. I didn't go on the property to inspect it. I inspected it from Route 1. The vegetation on the eastern side was untouched.
This is
wasn't the pictures that the previous pictures they showed us from a number of years ago, wasn't this area where the pond is just before it, wasn't that green grass at one time? And maybe through
Yeah, I would say that certainly some of the pictures indicate that. So I mean, this one's a painting, but it was inspired by something. And certainly when you look at this picture, it looks like so this is the house, and it looks like adjacent to the house and up along the pond, minus a couple of trees, possibly shrubs as well. It's kind of hard to tell. Was maintained as lawn.
Can I speak to this eventually, please?
So first, this is Commissioner Acting Chair Begman. Jamie, when you said one of the things we might do is look at a after the fact jurisdictional ruling, were you talking about the fact that this is somebody like an as of right thing as a property owner? I'm not sure. I just want to get clarification on that before we go forward.
So yeah, so so there is certain language in the statutes about right to maintain residential property. So say somebody has a yard and it's been maintained as lawn since, say well before inland wetland statute was developed in the 70s. They have the right to continue to maintain it as lawn. They don't have to restore it to a pristine wetland area. So, I could see room for argument that that's what they were looking to do. So, whether that can be codified in the notice of violation, or if you want a formal request submitted, would be something you could consider.
Commissioner Goklowski, in the opening statement, Jamie, did you say that was a man-made pond?
That's my understanding. I mean, it certainly looks like it's heavily man-manipulated at the very least.
So do we have jurisdiction over a man-made pond?
Absolutely, yes.
We do, okay.
Unless it's like a concrete lined fountain, essentially. If it has a completely impervious lining and essentially is a pool, then no. But if it has a natural bottom, then yes, it would fall under the definition of inland wetlands and watercourses and would be a regulated area.
Okay.
I think there's one site that does have a concrete lined pond. That's why I mentioned it.
Acting Chair Begeman, the property owner wants to speak, Mr. Cook?
Yeah, are you all done?
I think they're looking to hear from you at this point.
Okay. Here's a couple things that should have been said that were not. First of all, we didn't just go in there and take out any vegetation. We took out invasive species, autumn olive, sumac, poison ivy, things that just did not belong there that were, because of neglect and time, about 12 feet in off the pond. What we wanted to do was on the lawn part regarding near the house, we wanted to restore it to its historical appearance, which is exactly what we did. We were very careful about it. What I did not know was that I needed any sort of permission to do it whatsoever. I mean, quite frankly, I don't want to get into a whole thing with you, but for a property owner not to be able to go on his own pond and clear out autumn olive and invasive species to make it look the way it should and keep the whole thing intact, I don't know who invented that regulation, but they should rethink the whole thing. But that, be it as it may, what we did was exactly what we said we would do. When I got a call from the inland wetlands enforcement agent, I told her what we did. And as you can see, the grass grew in perfectly. You can't even see the difference between the original grass and the new grass. That's how careful we were with it. My question is, and I think it's a very good question. You don't have to answer it now, but what can you do with your own man-made pond? If I want to go out there and plant a rose bush, do I have to come and get this permission, this commission's permission? What if I wanted to mow the lawn? Is that okay? Or if some of it goes in the pond, is that a violation? I mean, at what point do you start asking yourself, what can you do and what can't you do with your own man-made pond?
So man-made pond has pretty much nothing to do with it. Man-made ponds and natural ponds are not regulated differently. Certainly from the photos that were submitted, it does look like there was maintained lawn up to the pond edge at one point. And certainly if that had been maintained continuously, I would say that that falls under residential right to maintain property. I think where the question comes in is the length of time that that area has not been maintained. And this isn't to say one way or the other whether it's as of right. This is just to say why the question came up. You know, at some point that 12-foot wide area you're talking about has become overgrown with vegetation. So it looked like there was vegetation there that was not being maintained. And so that's kind of where it stems from. And as far as removal of invasive species, the commission has had a past practice of sometimes considering that as of right, but they have property owners come to them and ask prior to removal. So that way then they can say, yep, we reviewed that, they're removing invasive species, and that make that determination. And they would look at the process of removing. Are you cutting? Are you using herbicides? Are you looking to dig up and remove the root systems? Because obviously if you're going to look to excavate root material, it's a lot more disturbance than if you're flush cutting. So it's not necessarily that you can't. I think it's just a matter of, in this case, the timing and without these photos, somebody that's only been in town for about 8 or 9 years, and based on recent Google Street Views, that area has been vegetated. So that's why the letter was sent. It was sent as a notice of violation to initiate this conversation, find out what was going on. My main concern was making sure that no additional work was proposed that needed to be reviewed, and stabilization to make sure that there wasn't erosion into the pond. So
one thing I'd also would submit that by removing this so-called vegetation, I think that we help the pond's health. I mean, it can breathe now. It's no longer confined to the extent, I mean, there is a certain flow to it now that there wasn't before. So I think that was an asset that we created. You know, do what you want. I think we did exactly what we should have done, what we should be able to do. We restored it to its original, you know, state. We did it in conforming with all standards. When you said put some, you know, protection on there for erosion, I did it that very afternoon. You can see how quickly the grass came in. You know, you look at those two pictures or those series of pictures, you say, you know, they did what they were supposed to do, aside from perhaps the argument about so-called invasive vegetation. So that's really all I have to say.
Our acting chair Begmans. So all intended work has been completed by the property owner?
Yes.
So acting chair Begman, so Jamie, can you go back to the pictures? Just in your estimation, it is stabilized?
Yes, I've only seen pictures of it. However, I believe Katie Blanchett drove by the other day, you know, just because she was in that area of town. So I don't know if she's willing to speak to her observations.
Yeah. Hi, Katie Blanchett, Inland Wetland Associate. Yeah, I was on my way home from Guilford last night, and I took Route 1, and the site looks great. Like you can't even tell from the road that anything. It was actually pretty impressive, the grass that grew. So yeah, I can confidently say that it's stable and looks good.
This is Commissioner Warmrod. Just, I guess, for some clarification, is this matter being brought to the commission with the intention of, you know, is this a request to lift this notice violation, or is this, you know, are we trying to decide whether or not, you know, these actions were an as of right,
so
regulated use?
good question. So a notice of violation is kind of an informal enforcement action. So I think at this point, the commission needs to determine whether you're satisfied with the response that was received from the notice of violation, which was the confirmation the area has been seeded, the stabilization of the seed until vegetation establishment, and the confirmation that there's no additional activity. Or if you're still concerned about the activity relative to the commission's jurisdiction. And I think I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to pull up the regulations and just show you guys the regulation that would apply relative to right to maintain residential property. So just bear with me for a minute here while I try and use my brain.
Acting Chair Begeman, while you do that, is the property owner Mr. Cook for 616 and 620?
No, 620 is my cousin's daughter's house. But we have a certain, I believe we have 5 or so feet around the pond that my family has always owned, and that's the 616.
I believe we have a hand raised, and I think that might be regarding the other property owner.
Okay.
Yes, good evening. Attorney William Marone, Bill Marone, from Tobin and Marone on behalf of the budding property owner for 620, Angela Cook. You know, I've deferred to Mr. Cook's comments earlier. He's sort of conducted the work and handled the project. We're only tangentially touching it because of where the secondary house is at 620. We didn't conduct the work. But I do agree with Mr. Cook's assessment that based on my understanding of the property, that it really is just putting it back to its original condition. I don't think any of the work was undertaken with the expectation that this was in any way a violation. I understand and appreciate Jamie's concerns and bringing it to the commission's attention. But I think it was, the work done was within the scope of what the homeowner was allowed to do. And so I think it's also completed. And quite frankly, I agree with Kate Blanchett that it looks great. It's exactly what was intended to be done. So Wayne, thank you very much. It was a good job.
Thank you, attorney.
This is Acting Chair Begeman. Jamie, before you get to what you looked up, in our role of protecting wetlands and possibly improving their condition if changes are being made. One of the things about runoff off of grass is it can bring fertilizer, and if it's used, or pesticides into the water. And even though it wasn't intentional, that buffer of invasives may have been a barrier to some of that runoff. And that might be something for commissioners to think about in terms of when you mentioned at the beginning, whether there might be any replanting that would be beneficial, suggested, recommended, etc.
Commissioner Gokowski. I think we're having a little, I think the reach is going a little far. I think the property owner restored the property to its original condition. And by the looks of that car, it looks like a 1950 vintage car. And the commission had no issue about inland wetlands when they built the YMCA.
Well,
just let me finish. I feel that we should put a motion on the floor to thank the property owner for restoring the property to its original condition. And I'm sure the property owner is going to maintain the property moving forward. And I don't think there's going to be pesticides on there because the Cook family closed their business because they didn't want to continue using pesticides in the apple orchards. So that's all I have to say.
Well said. Well said. Can I make one quick point? Ms. Frederick, can you bring up that schematic of the Y?
You mean the aerial map?
The aerial map. Now, take a look at something here. Look at the pond that we're talking about. And now look at the left side of the pond and the wetlands line. Can you see it? It almost goes around halfway of the pond. Now look at the YMCA's driveway. Where's your upland review area there? I don't even think you're 5 feet from the wetlands. So to be honest with you, I just want to make a point that I think is going to be made in the future that, you know, we've got to maintain similar standards across the board. Yeah, I can understand your concern about the regulations and stuff, what we're doing. But look what you did, not you, but look what the wetlands did, you know, when they put the YMCA in. Look how close that driveway is to the wetland line. I mean, that's not, what is that? 5 feet? 10 feet? I don't know. My only point being that, you know, I think what we did was a service. I think that the attorney and Commissioner Gokowski articulated it both very well, and I stand by our actions.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, not attempting to discredit anything that was said. I think, you know, good points were raised. I just want to identify that there were permits issued for the YMCA property. They were before my time, so I don't know the scope. I don't know the review process. Certainly, yes, that driveway is very close to the wetland edge. The wetland delineation is drawn on loosely, but either way, it's still obviously very close to the pond. I think we should go back to the regulation, which is based on state statute, which is the governing legislation that, you know, dictates what the commission can do. And we can, you know, kind of take a closer look at what next steps, you know, may or may not be required. So the state statute that came to mind when I was told that they were restoring the site to a previous historic condition, particularly with a focus on removing the invasive species and trying to maintain and protect the mature trees. The language that came to my mind is this section here, which is 4.1C. Uses incidental to the enjoyment or maintenance of residential property. Such property defined as such incidental uses shall include maintenance of existing structures and landscaping, but shall not include removal or deposition of significant amounts of material from or into a wetland or water course, or diversion or alteration of a water course. And just kind of take a step back, it says the following operations and uses shall be permitted in the inland wetlands and water courses as of right per CGS 22A 40A. The agency shall make the determination as to whether a proposed activity meets the definition that it is as of right or a regulated activity. So, jurisdictional rulings.
Can you go back up to that? Can you move up to that thing?
Up to
right here. No, this is fine. Isn't this farm status property?
It is.
Well,
it says grazing, farm, nurseries, gardening, harvesting, crops, farm. Is this property still legally considered farm status?
The activities, though, that we're looking at are not. I mean, unless you want to make an argument.
We're not looking at activity. What we're looking at is the restoration of the property from it to its original state. And we're trying to beat a dead horse here. We're trying to say that they did something wrong. And he stated that he didn't realize he was doing something wrong. He only restored the property to its original state.
This is Acting Chair Begeman. I think that what we're trying to do as commissioners is to protect the, the wetlands that we have. And when something has been growing unmaintained and then it's cut down, people are going to notice and are going to bring it to our attention. And so we're just trying to do due diligence.
And
say,
and also at the same token,
excuse me, sorry, let me finish. We want to know that it'll be continue to be maintained in this way. That there hasn't been, that we're doing what we should do as a commission and looking at and saying, yes, we can lift the notice of a violation because we have determined that it's in keeping with the permitted use. Okay, even though there was this long hiatus of lack of maintenance, right? I mean, it could be a very different situation if somebody just went and did a bunch of clear cutting for a view, right? So you can see why there could be some, I think we can see why we need to look at this carefully, why there could be some concern.
But I understand that there was John Cook passed away, I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and his wife is elderly as well. So the property, unfortunately, the aesthetics of the property deteriorated through no fault. And Mr. Cook, from what I can see, restored it to its original state, which is a hell of a lot better now than it was before.
Okay.
And quite frankly, if I can speak to the commissioner point and also to the acting chairman's point, I think the distinction here is that we did restore it to the original form. It's not like we went out and cut up a whole bunch of vegetation just because we wanted a better view. We just wanted it to look like it once did.
Okay, so Acting Chair Begeman, Jamie, where are we? And do commissioners have other questions or?
Sorry, Jamie, go ahead. Were you going to say?
I was going to answer the where are we question. And I feel like I'm kind of going to repeat what I was saying previously, where
we have to make a decision.
Yes. Yeah. So whether you're satisfied with the status of the notice of violation, if you need more information, if there's things that you're looking for, happy to respond to any questions, but I don't know.
Commissioner Goklowski, Jamie, has the property owner responded to all your requests up until this point?
So my requests, which have been responded to, are contact us to let us know, to confirm receipt of the violation, to confirm whether any additional activities proposed, confirmation no additional activity is to occur, promotion of getting the lawn to establish so that there is no exposed bare soil for erosion concern, and attending this meeting to have this conversation with the commission, which is really important. And, you know, it might be that the commission, so there's kind of two options ultimately. One is the commission determines there's a violation and there's more activities that need more resolution that needs to occur. The other is that the commission determines this falls under as of right, non-permitted use. But this conversation is very important because this is in response to a complaint that was received, and this is a highly visible site. It's right off of Route 1. You know, people are going to see it. They're going to wonder why they were able to do that and why they can't. If somebody wants to do this adjacent to a pond that has historically been a natural condition, we have to be able to point to this discussion and say, this is what the commission considered. This is why the commission made this determination. So as for those that are familiar with the site and the history of the site, as I can understand, this might be a frustrating conversation. It's a very important one for the commission to have. So that way, when they're making decisions, it can be reviewed as fair and uniform across town.
Commissioner Goklowski, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but as we can see that the property owner has restored the property to its original condition, they are willing to continue to not act. They didn't act negligently when they did the removal of the vegetation. But once they found out they were in violation, they responded to all your requests. So I feel at this time, I think a motion should go on the floor about them restoring to the property that its original state, and not to do any future removal of anything without prior commission approval. I think that's a simple thing. We don't have to keep beating a dead horse here.
So to clarify, what you're suggesting is to close out the notice of violation, but also clarify for the property owner moving forward, he should reach out to the agency prior to additional vegetation removal to confirm whether he needs approval from the agency.
Correct. I think that's fair.
I think that's fair too.
So Acting Chair Begemon, Mr. Goklowski, do you want to make a motion about lifting the,
Well, I am not very good at making motions. No.
Well, is there another commissioner that would like to, and you could always second it?
I could take a stab at it, and Jamie will correct me if I'm wrong. Based on the property owner's activities and correcting the issues that were noted by the office, I feel that we should take away the violation, or what's the word I want to use, Jamie?
Close the violation.
Close the violation that was issued on the property known as 620 East Main Street, Branford, Connecticut. And have the property owner notify the Inland Wetlands Office if any future work is to be done in the pond area.
Is Acting Chair Begemon, is there a second to that with maybe any friendly amendments regarding the section that we're referring to in the regulations?
Jamie, can you put the regulation back up?
This is Commissioner Ormrod. Are we at the point of open to discussion?
We need
or
a second and then we can discuss.
Okay.
Get a second.
This Commissioner Papantonis, I would ask for an amendment to include finding that the activity fell within the regulation 4.1C as a incidental to the enjoyment and maintenance of residential property.
Is that a second with that amendment?
With that amendment, I'll make that.
All right. Commissioner Goklowski, are you accepting of that amendment?
Absolutely.
All
I
right.
told you I needed some help here.
So now we can have discussion on that motion that's on the table.
Acting Ormrod?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Ormrod. So if I'm looking at these regulations, right, it says the agency shall make the determination. Is that, whether the proposed activity meets, this non-regulated as of right definition or not? And under Part C, we're looking at the maintenance of the residential property. Are we determining, the term maintenance, is that based on solely what we have to look at in this meeting, that being the pictures the property owner provided? Or is there some kind of precedent, as to maintenance?
Commissioner Gokul, I think the point is not to overcomplicate a very simple matter. He restored the property to its original condition back when there was lawn there. He put lawn back there to maintain a lawn. And that's a very simple thing. Why are we trying to overcomplicate? He understands that he should have came to the commission prior to, but what he did is he acted responsibly and did all the requests that he did and showed proof of the original property status way back when. How much more do you want him to do?
This is Acting Chair Begemon. I think that what we're saying is that there was deferred maintenance. And that this statute of permitted uses as of right we are granting with 4.1C, or the motion is saying that with 4.1C, that this was maintenance of the landscaping and it did not remove or deposit substantial amounts of material from or into the wetland or watercourse, and it didn't divert any watercourse. And so I think that's what the motion is basically saying.
But also on the same token, the pictures clearly show that he didn't deposit anything into the waterways. He cleaned up around the waterways and restored it to its original condition.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. Our regulations do not define maintenance. So you would kind of defer to the standard dictionary definition of maintenance. As far as the agency shall make the determination whether activity is as of right or non-regulated is not self-determining. That's based on case law. So basically that part is saying that the agency makes that decision and exercises the review of applicability. So I would say in an ideal world, this would have come to the commission prior to the activity that occurred as a jurisdictional ruling request pursuant to 4.1C. That way the commission could have seen the existing condition, the historic condition, the proposed activity, and made this decision prior to any activity occurring. So what we're unfortunately at this point, based on the property owner not being aware of that, which is, happens. The commission's looking at it after the fact. So I certainly think to some level, this could, I'm gonna backtrack. So like I said, I think this generally applies to the activity that occurred. Whether or not the commission is satisfied with that interpretation is up to the commission.
Commissioner Ormrod, thank you, Jamie. That clarified things on my end.
Acting Chair Bragman, is there any more discussion or we do?
I just want to reiterate that this language is based off of state statute. So this isn't language that the town of Branford decided. This is what we find acceptable. This is what the state of Connecticut determined.
Can I make one quick comment?
There's a motion on the table. I'm sorry.
Can't speak to the motion.
Public comment during a motion. So either the motion needs to be withdrawn or it needs to be voted on.
But you can speak to a motion.
Acting Chair Bragman, the commissioners can speak when there's a motion on the floor once it's been seconded. And then we vote on it and then you can give your comment then.
I thought public can speak to a motion.
You can speak to an item on the agenda, but not a motion. So either the person that made the motion can withdraw their motion and then a new motion can be made after your comment, or it needs to wait until after the motion has been resolved.
With all respect, this is the first meeting I've ever been in, and I've been in hundreds of town meetings where public cannot speak to a motion in progress. That's your rule. It's a wetlands rule.
All right, so Acting Chair Bragman will do a roll call. And this is to lift the notice of violation on 616 and 620 East Main Street. Okay, let's see the picture. Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Funaro.
Commissioner Funaro, aye.
Commissioner Papatonis.
Commissioner Papatonis, aye.
Commissioner Bragman, aye. And Mr. Cook, do you want to make a comment?
Just one quick comment, and this is back to 4.1C, where it says such incidental use shall include maintenance of existing structures and landscaping. Well, with all honesty, and I appreciate your vote very much, what did I do? Didn't I landscape?
I would say they probably agreed with you based on the way that the motion went.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so thank you, property owners, for that. And now we will move on to cease and correct 040301, 573 East Main Street, clearing, grading, removing of topsoil within 100 feet of wetland. Jamie, I think you had something to say about this one. There's a request to a lift order.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So there's been a request. So I think it recently came to the property owner's attention that there's still this outstanding cease and correct order on the land records. I believe they were of the understanding that it had been resolved, lifted, and was done. But it is still on the land records and it has not been lifted. So he's requesting that the commission consider lifting it tonight. So I have the cease and correct order, which includes some GIS maps with sketches regarding activities, things that were to be done. It's my understanding that, so this is a cease and correct order from 2004. I'm gonna pull up a GIS map, and I also have a staff notes document with some timeline information. But before I dive into it, I'm gonna hand it over to the property owner to see if he has any additional comments he wants to provide stating his request.
Okay, thank you for that. As you know, the old hilltop, which Commissioner Goklowski correctly identified as where the apple orchard was, and we actually did stop getting out of apple growing because of the pesticide use and whatever, but it had obviously trees on it. One of the sections we call the Baldwin lot, and it's about 4 or 5 acres, and we removed the trees and we took off about 4 or 5 inches of topsoil, both for use elsewhere on the farm, and quite frankly, we sold some of it. The Wetlands Commission at the time took umbrage to that, saying, well, you were well within, the 100-foot review area. You can't do that without our permission. There was a big to-do about it. I went to, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 meetings. They did all kinds of site, visits and everything. We got the whole thing resolved. I remember going over there with winter rye so that it would grow quickly, and then natural vegetation would take off and, take, care of the rest of the property. And I thought we were done. I said, okay, finished. Then there's a meeting about 2 weeks ago, of which, Mrs. Frederick was present, in which she brought up the fact that this was for a proposed use on the acres. She brought up that, well, there's still a cease and desist. And the fellow who's looking at developing it called me up and said, what do you know about this cease and desist? I say, I know nothing about it. I said, when's this from? He goes, 2004. I said, 2004? I said, what were they calling for? Well, they had to go over and inspect the fact that what you said you did. And I said, it took them 20 years to do it. And quite frankly, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, more than a little bit, but it's a fair point. I mean, that was all set to go. You could walk over there, no problem, see exactly what we did. It was all grown in. The site was stable, which is what they wanted in regard to the wetlands. And then 20 years later, it comes to the property owner's attention that, you still got a problem over there. I don't know. I heard of government acting slowly, but that's pretty slow.
So unless the commissioners have any questions at this time for the property owner, I'll set the stage a little bit. And then we can always go back and ask questions. Screen share. I'm going to start off with a GIS map with an aerial image of the overall property. Is everyone seeing it?
Yes.
Yep. So this is the subject property, 573 East Main Street. You can see a field area here. This, I believe, is it's either 2019 or 2016 aerial image. And then you can see there's this large wetland complex that runs north-south on the property. To the east of this wetland complex is the area that was of concern relative to the cease and correct order. As you can see at this point, it's no longer maintained as a field. It is vegetated. I guess I'm gonna kind of bounce back and forth, but I'm gonna hop over to the timeline. So a lot of this predates my time with the town, but I will try and fill in with what I know. So in 2004, the correspondence started with the property owner and a cease and correct order. The cease and correct order was issued. The commission determined either an application for a permit for removal of topsoil within 100 feet upland review distance must be submitted, or stockpiles of soil spread back into the areas where it was removed and site stabilized. In June of 2004, an inland wetland permit application was submitted for topsoil removal and replacement of former orchard site with pasture/other crops. In August of 24, the permit was issued. It says, please, I believe this was a condition of approval or some part of the permit. Excuse me, please note that the cease and correct order CC number 04-03.01 will remain in effect until the commission has determined that compliance with the order has been accomplished, which will include revegetation of the buffer area as shown on the approved plan and site is stabilized. In 2012, I'm not sure if there was any correspondence sent between that time frame and this October 2nd, 2012 letter. But on October 2nd, 2012, a letter was sent to the property owner about establishing site compliance, essentially trying to confirm that the activity has been completed to be able to close out the violation. And as far as I'm aware, no response was received. At least it's not documented in our files anywhere. And it appears that that final inspection has not occurred. Otherwise, this would have already been reviewed. So the rest of this time, so October 3rd, 2015, there was a site walk of wetland areas on site for a proposed project. At that time, the cease and correct order on the property was not raised or reviewed or discussed, but the commission did conduct a site walk of this property in 2015 for a pending application that was before the commission at the time. So I'm going to quickly kind of backtrack to this GIS map that we were looking at earlier. So hopefully no one's colorblind here because the colors are atrocious if that's the case. But I'm going to zoom in a little bit and you'll see that there's, hopefully, you'll see that there's a red line and a purple line. The red line is a wetland delineation, approximate location. So this is based off of georeferencing and it's approximate. It's not survey quality information. It's based off of surveyed information, but it's importing it into this system. So approximate location of wetland delineation from, I think, approximately 2000. So prior to the violation is the red line, and the purple line is the wetland delineation that was submitted as part of that application that was for review in 2015. These two wetland areas were reviewed as part of the 2015 wetland application. And I did not go through the whole file. I was working as the inland wetland assistant at the time that that application was reviewed. I don't recall the commission having concerns regarding any changes in the wetland delineation. So you'll see in some places the wetland grew, in some places the wetland shrunk. Wetlands are dynamic systems. There are natural reasons why wetland boundaries would change. But you can see by and large, there's not substantial changes. And we kind of had this conversation with the previous application. And so the wetland delineations were, in this case, probably about 15 years apart rather than 3 years apart. So I did go on that site walk that was conducted in 2015. I know that this area was walked. Again, the violation was not reviewed or on the radar at the time. So the entire area subject to the cease and correct cease and correct order was not walked. However, again, for that application in 2015, there was a wetlands report submitted. So a new wetlands delineation was done, wetlands report, and there was also a functions and values assessment submitted at the time. And again, I don't recall there being discussion regarding the change in wetland delineation. I will scroll down through my timeline because these pictures that you're viewing are grabbed from one of the documents from that 2015 application regarding the wetlands investigation. So site photos taken spring and summer 2014, 2015. So I don't know, maybe the investigation was done in 2014, but around that time. So based on the materials from that more recent delineation, the area that the topsoil, that I understand the topsoil to have been removed from, and then the application was submitted in the area as represented by the property owner was restored with, I believe he said rye, he can correct me later if I'm wrong, is now predominantly autumn olive. So it is vegetated. It's not the ideal vegetation, but it is stabilized, it is vegetated. And then this is northeast portion of wetland 1, southeast corner of wetland 1. I'm gonna just jump down real quick. So wetland 1 is this whole wetland complex that we were looking at that abuts the area that the cease and correct order was relevant to. And then this is Pond A, early spring, southeast side of Pond B. So Pond A and Pond B. So kind of in this northern limit of the area that was subject to the cease and correct order. So sorry, I'm getting lost here. I'm gonna jump back up to that timetable. In 2018, this was brought to the Inland Wetland Agency for discussion. I think it was brought to the commission for discussion because it had come to our attention that the violation had not been resolved. And at the time, the commission determined to hold off on any discussion resolution until the owner contacted the commission essentially to discuss the status of the cease and correct order, which is where we are now. So 6/15/2023 is when I received correspondence requesting to be put on the agenda, which is today. So the cease and correct order was issued. He was told to get a permit. He got a permit. He's represented, he's done the activity. And essentially, I think our sticking point that needs to be reviewed in context of where we are today is that an inspection has not been completed, a final inspection.
Commissioner Goklowski, Jamie, you said you were part of the walkthrough back in 2000 and when? 2015, I think you said, was that?
October 2015, correct.
Okay, so.
And that was not relative to this violation. It just
not relative to that violation.
On this property. So I did not specifically view the areas of concern. I can state that for that site walk, they did kind of brush hog walking paths so that portions of the site would be accessible. It is a heavily vegetated site at this point. or at least it was in 2015. I've not been on the property since then. Driving by, it doesn't look different, but again, I've not been on the property.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
You know, just so everybody knows, that was the Costco application that you were referring to in 2015. And I think you yourself said that in looking at the site, it's stable. And if it's stable now, it was certainly stable over the last 10 years. And we're talking almost 20 years ago, or at least 15 years ago. The numbers kind of escape me at this point. I don't think there was a piece of land in the history of this town that was more scrutinized by wetlands than that piece of land, as you remember. And if there was a problem, I think the Wetlands Commission should have picked up on it then. They knew what was going on. They knew every inch of that piece of property. So now it's up to us to somehow go back and revisit it. You know, what more, again, could I have done? I stabilized the piece. I figured you guys went and did it. Nobody really, communicated with me. I never got anything. And then, and you know what happened with the Costco application. I don't even need to get into that. That's why we're in federal court right now. So maybe they should have been paying more attention to, investigating the site than they were to maybe doctoring peer reviews, if you don't mind me saying so. But the truth of the matter is, once again, what did you want me to do? Stabilize the site. Wetlands were stabilized. What are we gonna do? Go back and look at them now? Jamie already said she saw them. They look fine.
This is Acting Chair Bagman. One question I would have is that the season corrector said that the topsoil had to be put back, or topsoil had to be brought in. And I'm wondering if the final inspection was to see, or a inspection was to see that that soil had been brought back and that there was something now growing on it, rather than.
No, it never. There was never an agreement to bring back topsoil. No, I mean, maybe to make sure that it was spread correctly and evenly and that it was capable of growth. I remember that much, but I don't remember ever anyone asking to bring back topsoil. Where did you see that?
I thought that Jamie read that to us. Right, in that.
So the permit was for topsoil removal and replacement of former orchard site with pasture/other crops. So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you did rye as the vegetation establishment.
We did some stuff initially, and then we let nature take over.
Okay, so in this sense, I think that it was kind of an after the fact permit for the topsoil removal that had already occurred, but also a requirement that that area be stabilized with vegetation. And I do think, I haven't read all of this freshly this week, but I do think that there was some other requirements regarding removal of piles of material. And so the latest correspondence I have regarding this file is from 2012, October 2012. A letter was sent to the property owner. And it kind of addressed a couple different properties. So the portion that's relative to this site, it says, we also discussed 573 East Main Street yesterday. You stated that you believed the site was in compliance with the order and requirements of the permit for restoration. We scheduled a meeting to visit the site Thursday. You called October 1st to inform me that your attorney instructed you not to meet with me without him present. I asked you how you wanted to handle it in light of this restriction. During our conversation, we were cut off. I called back, but it went to voicemail, which was full. Since you have been instructed not to meet with me at the site without your attorney, and I cannot confirm that you have complied with the order and permit conditions, my suggestion is that the three of us meet at the site after leaf fall will allow us better access and viewing. Contact me to schedule an appointment prior to our November 8th, 2012 meeting. Anticipating your cooperation on both items, I will schedule discussion. So it sounds like that final inspection never got scheduled. I think that there's, you know, certainly room to blame on both sides in the sense that I don't see any follow-up letters further requesting that site inspection. And this letter is from over 10 years ago. So it doesn't resolve the fact that there is a violation that the commission has to determine compliance with. But I think 10 plus years down the line, there's more information for the commission to consider. So, I mean, I guess could we do a final inspection now? Yes. What would that tell us? It would allow us to confirm that the site is vegetated and stable. How easily accessible and walkable this site is at the moment, I'm not sure, but certainly if the commission would like, we can schedule that with the property owner and have, you know, me walk it to let you know if I see any concerns. This is, you know, 20 years almost since the activity would have been completed. So, and we have a wetlands report that identifies that area as being a predominantly autumn olive dominated area. It doesn't identify areas of erosion concern relative to the wetland. A lot of times wetland reports will do that on this kind of scale project relative to the 2015-2014 delineation and review, particularly as that's usually kind of a easy area for mitigation opportunities. That's not to say that there wasn't one that just wasn't identified, but it would certainly be unique.
This acting
and I guess another thing for the commission to consider is what would be the activities you would be looking to see to resolve the violation at this point. So I think there's one, I mean, if you guys want, there, I can show you the maps that show the area, but I mean, I've already shown you that it's this area that's kind of on the eastern side of the wetland. There's not a whole lot of, to me, meaningful information at this point relative to the site for review without having seen the site at the time the violation was issued. But
can I ask a question? Do you honestly think after 20 years that this site is unstable?
Acting Chair Begman, I think Jamie was bringing up the idea that there could be erosion. It seems to me that to close this out, if we could have Jamie go out with the owner's permission to take a look at it, and if there are any issues, bring it up to
That's
us.
fine.
And otherwise just say it's stable and be done with it.
That's fine, but why would there be erosion? I mean, the root system of,
No, I understand. I just think that, rather than lifting a notice of violation without that final inspection on record, I think it's just probably best that we do that.
All right.
Cross our T's, dot our I's, and lift it so that the future property owners don't end up with some issue.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I think we need to be consistent. The original order required a final site walk or by the agent. I think we just have to follow through so that we can close this out.
So Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So at this point with the violation, the requirements Is the commission basically looking for me to confirm that the site is vegetated, that I don't see active erosion concerns? I mean, there might be some erosion from fast flowing water or something in some areas, but like, I mean, erosion that appears to be related to the clearing activity specifically. And then reporting back to the commission after I do that walk.
Commissioner Patterson, I think we have to be consistent with what we and uniform with the way that we handle things. So it's a loose end that was never properly sewn up. So we just need to do it.
With all respect, Commissioner, you know, consistency doesn't start 20 years beforehand. You know, I mean, fine, if she wants to go out there and walk around, you know, knock yourself out, it's okay with me. I just don't know, A, what we're looking for, that, you know, nobody saw in the 2 or 3 walks that were already there. And 2, whatever it is, what you expect us to do about it at this point. But I would request that when you do go, to please go as soon as possible. Let's get this thing resolved.
So I can certainly go before the next commission meeting, which is August 10th. I can schedule it for sooner rather than later so that if there are any concerns, I can let you know, so that they could potentially be addressed prior to the meeting. But so I do think it's appropriate with past practice. It is a unique situation, and this is I think this is the longest standing violation we have. It is a cease and correct order. It has been filed on the land records, and the commission cannot remove it until it's determined compliance. So I can conduct the site walk with the disclaimer that I can conduct the site walk to the best of my abilities. If it's, you know, autumn olive and multiflora rose, there's only, I don't bring a machete with me when I go on site walks. So there's only so much I can do. But again, if it's densely vegetated like that, I think it supports the fact that it's vegetated. So it's just the commission, is that?
Well, your concern will be the wetlands, correct?
The concern is stability of the site relative to the wetlands and vegetation adjacent to the wetlands relative to my interpretation of the cease and correct order.
So you could walk the wetlands, hopefully easier than you would in the middle of the field.
I believe that is correct because the wetland areas were, for the most part, not disturbed. So they should have a more open, natural, less invasive dominated habitat.
And this is Acting Chair Begemon. If there are any other aerials, better, I don't know, Google Earth photos. I don't know what we can use. You know, that also show that it's vegetated. That could be helpful.
Oh yeah. So I mean, here's one from the application from 2015 showing vegetation cover.
So
some of these I think were some of the trails that they had cut to make the site more accessible for review purposes.
You know, not for nothing, but it looks pretty vegetative to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. As you know, Acting Chair Begemon, as long as those lines are paths and not gullies, I think we're good. So
I don't think those paths are still there. If that was,
I think it's gonna be a fun site walk to conduct. But you know, it is due diligence, and I don't think the commission is wrong.
One thing though, Jamie, one thing, if you don't come out, nobody's coming to look for you.
Mr. Cook, do you want me to let you know when I plan on doing the site visit?
Oh, you help yourself.
You don't want to join me?
No, do not want to join you. But I'll lay you 10 to 1 that site is vegetated.
So Acting Chair Begemon, Jamie, it's a cease and correct. Do we just continue it? Do we need to motion?
Yeah, I think continue it to the August 10th meeting, because let me confirm. Yeah, August 10th. Because I should be able to go out there and hopefully we'll be able to wrap this up then, and you guys can make a decision. So, I mean, it's already determined, it's already filed on the land records, but we'll continue the review of the request to the August 10th meeting.
Can I say one thing to the commission about autumn olive? Autumn olive gets a terrible rap because it's an invasive species, which I understand you don't want invasive species overcoming, natural species or native species. But autumn olive is a pretty amazing plant. Not just in its ability to grow anywhere, but it also supplies enormous environmental coverage for wildlife, birds. One time I was over close to there on the other side, and you know what came walking out of a autumn olive plant? And this was before a patch, and this was before people saw them, was a bobcat. I mean, when's the last time you saw a bobcat come out of anywhere? And and the deer, they're very comfortable in autumn olive. Plus, autumn olive have berries that I tried making jelly once. They're not very good jelly, or maybe I didn't make. It's a real, people say, oh, autumn olive, it's so awful. Well, it has its points that you could criticize, but it also has points that are pretty admirable. Just wanted to mention that point.
Thank you. So we don't need, actually, Chair Bagman, we don't need to do anything in terms of a vote, so we can move on.
Yep.
Okay.
To be continued to August 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're moving on to CC 20-1202, 10 Kenyon Street. Removal of vegetation disturbance within 100 feet of a wetland, and this is a request to lift the order.
I think we have, yes, it looks like the property owner is still with us. So Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, this was a violation that was issued in 2020 for removal of vegetation and earthwork within 100 feet of a wetland. The owner had a soil scientist come out, do a wetland delineation, come up with a restoration plan, implemented the restoration plan, and they were to do 3 years of monitoring. We did not receive an annual report each year. However, this would be the 3rd year of monitoring, and we did receive a report this year, and the property owner is requesting that we consider this report for compliance with the cease and correct order. It's not typically how the commission does things. However, we have had a past practice of this happening and accepting it if the commission is satisfied with the vegetation status, because ultimately what we're looking at is that survival. And if they have it at 3 years, they probably had it at year 1 and 2. If it's questionable, then the commission certainly, might consider adding another year or 2 onto it. So I've gotten the report from the soil scientist. And I did go out and look at the site. The wetland plantings are doing really well. I am actually very pleasantly surprised. There were also some shrub plantings along the edge of where the earth disturbance occurred. I cannot confirm with 100% confidence that those plantings are still there, because it's pretty heavily grown in, which I suppose is a good problem to have. I don't know that those plantings are necessarily worth getting hung up on in the grand scheme of things, especially since there should be no other activity on the site without further review and permitting by the commission. So if, somebody were to come in with an application to construct a house, you could reassess that at that time. Because I think that was kind of intended to kind of demark the area of disturbance relative to the wetland area, which is demarked by the slope from the earthwork anyways. So let me see. me close my tabs and open.
Hang
new
in there,
ones.
everybody.
I'm
Just look-
sorry.
Time, it's 11:08, so getting there.
Oh, don't tell me. Oh yeah, the ones that say new on them would be the ones I'm looking for. Okay. So I don't think many of you, if any of you, were commissioners when this was reviewed. So this is on Kenyon Street. I don't think I have a GIS map in the file, but this is over by the Harley Davidson kind of area of town. It's an undeveloped lot off of Kenyon Street. The road kind of, it ends at the property north of this. So there is a single family residence or a residence, I think it's single family, immediately to the north. Undeveloped lot, subject site. This is the wetland scientist sketch of the wetland location, the silt fence that was installed, the approximate limit of grading, and these black dots were trees that were they had some backfill over them, so the grading really kind of goes up to the silt fence, but I think this is the kind of the top of the slope. So these trees were approved for removal because they are dead or dying, and the material was going to further detriment them. And then there were some shrub plantings to be planted immediately outside of the silt fence. They were planted. Like I said, I can't confirm they're still there. And then they had a significant number of plugs to be planted in the wetland area itself. That's the cease and correct order. This is the report that I've received from the soil scientist stating the restored wetland is fully established with a healthy stand of native vegetation. The plant species in the wetland includes tussock sedge, fox sedge, soft brush, great blue, lobelia, swamp rose, mallow, boneset, jewelweed, goldenrod, arrowwood, willow, highbush blueberry, winterberry, and silky dogwood. The survival rate of the wetland plants which were installed in the wetland is greater than 90%, so we're over our 85% threshold. The wetland is fully restored with native plants. No remedial measures are needed. And then this is the request to be put on the agenda. And did I fail to put my pictures? I can pull up the pictures for you if you would like, or as I stated, it is very well vegetated.
This is Acting Chair Begemon. We have an expert who went out and said that it's 90% vegetated and these plants are thriving. It's too bad we didn't have a yearly report. I don't think we need to see the photos. I don't know if any commissioner, but if a commissioner wants to see them, we can see them.
It might take me a minute to find them.
Otherwise,
so I have no problem pulling it up because they should have been in the Dropbox. I apologize for that. If you want, I can share them with you after the fact. Or I can look for them now.
They're in there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Are they the new ones from this year?
It's June 19th, 2023 was the date.
I might not see them. All right, I'm looking. I download the Dropbox because it loads a lot better than accessing it.
Its title is 10 Kenyon Street, CC number 201202. That's all I can see in the tab for.
Yeah, sometimes if the file name is too long, it doesn't get downloaded. So that's probably what happened.
While Jamie's getting those pictures ready, does somebody could get ready with some motion language?
I can make a motion to, given the plantings are doing well and thriving, to lift the order CC number 201202 on 10 Kenyon Street.
Commissioner Papantoni, second.
And now we we can, Acting Chair Begum, we can have some discussion looking at those pictures. Maybe.
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 They're there.
I
They
can
look
share my
lush.
screen.
Yeah, if Melissa can share her screen.
Yeah, you should be able to screen share.
Says I can't.
Oh.
Or
Oh, because I'm screen sharing. 1
Yeah.
minute. I'm not getting tired. All right, you should be good.
They're sideways. That's them, right?
Yes, that must.
They look good.
I don't know why I wasn't seeing them.
Oh yeah, it was the same.
Oh, okay, yeah. So these are the ones that the soil scientist took. So I have additional ones, but they're not going to tell you really any more than that. So
This is discussion with the motion. That silt fence gets removed?
I would advise that you make that part of the lifting of the order. Yeah.
Commissioner Finaro would like to amend the order to remove the silt fence.
Commissioner Papantonis, second.
Is there any further discussion? No. All right, so a vote to lift CC 2012-02 10 Canyon Street. Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Begman, aye. Okay, and Jamie, did anyone come for D and E, the two that we tabled until later?
No, I don't see anyone present for those items.
So what do we need to do about that? This is.
So Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I mean, there's two options. I do have recommendations regarding these, but it is also 11:15. I'm hesitant to say you should table them to the next meeting because these have been going on for a very long time. So I don't know if you want to quickly discuss them, but I'm going to leave it at that comment and let the commission decide how you want to proceed.
We have 6 commissioners. We need 4 to function. If any 2 need to
And
drop.
we have 5 commissioners.
We have 5, 1, 2. Oh, yeah, I count.
Katie.
I can stay, but can we have like a 2-minute bathroom break? Or I can step off for a minute.
So what we would need to do is we need to discuss whether we need to actually do something which some of the commissioners may or may not have much familiarity with, which might take a little time. On the other hand, it's bad when things are not being addressed, correct? And they have to come to the commission. So go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say that regarding, is it Huntington Drive? We've been seeing this for a year, more than a year.
So if you want, we can discuss them. And if after 5 minutes we're not getting anywhere, we could table it.
Okay, let's start.
All right, so CC number 220601 and second notice of violation 20 Huntington Drive, removal of trees, placement of debris, progress on restoration plan. So we've kind of gotten a little bit of back and forth as far as the homeowner has taken progress to resolve the violation and then taken steps backwards, which have kind of worked against resolving the violation. It's 2206, which means this has been in place. The cease and correct order, which was issued after the failure of satisfactory response to the second notice of violation was issued in June of 2022, so over a year ago. They were given deadlines, granted extensions to deadlines. At this point, based on the fact that we have not seen positive on the ground progress towards resolving the cease and correct order, I would recommend that the commission consider filing this on the land records, which is consistent with the letter that was sent after the June meeting, which stated that if certain things were not done, it would be filed on the land records. So this has already been voted to be upheld. So if the commission wants to vote to file it on the land records, you would just have to make that motion to file it on the land records. Staff would then file it on the land records, notify the property owner it's been filed on the land records, and it would not be lifted until the cease and correct order has been resolved. I will just mention that I believe the property has sold since the violation was issued. The primary agent for the new property owner is the previous property owner. And I believe the contact information is the same. So I will be filing it on the land. If the commission decides to file it, it will be filed on the land records for 20 Huntington, and it will be mailed, the correspondence will be mailed to whoever the current property owner is, based on the land records at the time of filing.
Commissioner Goklowski, a quick question. You're telling me they sold the property with an open?
Well, I don't know if they sold it, transferred it. I don't know the specifics. So there is an open violation, but it's not filed on the land records. Okay. Once it gets filed on the land records, theoretically, it will come up during a transfer of the property. Okay. It's happened before though. So.
I put a motion on the floor to file the violation on the land records. They're not responding, so you're trying to play nice. Now it's time to play tough.
Yeah. I'll regarding 2212, I'm sorry, 220601, Commissioner Papantonis, I'll second that.
Acting Chair Begemon, is there any further discussion? If not, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Ormerod. Commissioner Ormerod?
Commissioner Ormerod, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski?
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Funaro?
Commissioner Funaro, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis?
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
And Commissioner Begemon, aye.
Okay. So one last item relative to this, to hopefully help make sure it doesn't end up as another 20-year-old violation that that a commission is dealing with. Do you want me to provide a deadline for basically, so the activities that were to be completed were kind of planting dependent in part. So I would recommend a deadline after the fall planting season window. But I think the commission should consider providing a deadline for the items that were identified in the last letter to be completed by, or else fines will be issued.
Commissioner Funaro, should we do November 9th, which is what we provided the last person that we were also had the same concern about planting?
I'm sorry, I'm missing. Are we on Huntington Drive or Brainerd Road?
We're still on Huntington.
Okay.
So in the last letter that was issued, I don't recall off the top of my head. If you want, I can pull it up, or we can just go with the items listed in the last letter. Shall all that were to be completed prior to this meeting shall be completed prior to November 9th with inspections to confirm, or the commission will discuss issuing fines at that meeting, or issue fines.
Commissioner Papantonis, I remember discussing with the landowner or the homeowner at that time that we had the power to fine him several months ago, and at that time he was somewhat compliant, and we just kind of left it out there hanging.
Yeah. I think we filed the cease and correct order on the land records per the motion that was just made, but I think we need to provide him with some new deadline. And so maybe what we do is we provide that deadline of November 9th with a refreshed, don't forget, we can find this is going to be the next step. Just so that way we're not starting that process, down the road. Just because otherwise we're going to be waiting until the spring planting season and then
This is Commissioner Papantonis. So are you suggesting we make a motion to notify the landowner that if the planting isn't done by the November 9th meeting, that fines will be imposed?
Yeah, so we can either be assertive and say will, or if you want, I can
Are
lead
going
into
to be
it
imposed.
and
Shall.
say the commission will be discussing whether fines will be imposed. So
Shall.
I'm sorry.
Shall be imposed.
Shall be. Okay. I'll have to read up on that. Hopefully it won't be relevant.
So Acting Chair Begeman, do we need, that's just part of your letter, right, Jamie? Or do we need to actually do another motion?
No, I think
it's just part of the discussion of what we're trying to.
I think that that's fine. And if I need more, there's plenty of time before then that I can get it from you.
Okay. There's not anything more with Huntington. Let's try Brainerd. Cease and correct 22-1201, 21 Brainerd Road, construction without permits. There was a just hearing and this is continued from December 8, 22.
Yes. So Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent, a decision on this cease and correct order has not been made yet. I would suggest the commission consider making a decision to either uphold and modify the cease and correct order, and also consider filing this one on the land records, because it has come to my attention that the construction has continued to the point where one of the unpermitted structures now has a roof that is fully shingled. And so I think to stress the importance of stopping work, complying with the order. We have received a survey and a wetlands report, but that doesn't accomplish resolving the on the ground violations. So I did send the property owner a letter after I became aware of the additional continuation of work. And I suggested he attend this meeting in that letter, and that the commission would be considering filing this on the land records. So I guess two options. One, do that tonight. Two, have me send a follow-up letter similar to what we did with 20 Huntington, where if he has not submitted an application and or a restoration plan by the August 10th meeting, the commission will be filing on the land records.
Well, this Commissioner Papantonis, so we have a building in progress and we've issued a cease and correct. Do we have any other recourse other than filing it on the land records?
So you could file it on the land records, which is kind of typically past practice. Next step, you can issue fines. Ultimately you could take him to court. That's kind of a last resort, because it's very expensive, and usually filing, well, the hope is that filing it on the land records will get their attention.
Commissioner Gokowski, do they have permits for this building structure?
They are in violation of inland wetlands, planning and zoning, building, and fire code.
Well, then I
At
think
minimum, and East Shore District Health.
Then I think it's time to put a lien on the property, put a cease and desist order on the property. I mean, they're just thumbing their nose at the town and all the rules and regulations.
And Chair Begeman, so when somebody did nothing, we put it on, they're just doing nothing. We said, let's put it on the land records. When they're not only doing nothing, they're actually continuing to build. it almost makes an argument for putting on the land records and fining them, but then we have to discuss how do we do a fine?
If you want, we could,
or we could do put on land records this month and then that'll give us time for next month to think about if they did
Imposing the fines.
Imposing the fine.
Whether you want to move forward with fines.
Writing a letter like tomorrow or whenever, like soon, to them saying this is happening and they're gonna start getting fined next month. Or something, like it's impending. It's not like
yeah, so I could send another letter informing them it's been filed on the land records, assuming that that's what you guys decide to do, and that failure to address the concerns outlined in the cease and correct order prior to the August 10th meeting will result in discussion as to whether or not to proceed with fines.
Actually, Chair Beckman, that means do we need to uphold and modify if we're going to put it on the land records?
Yes, yeah, because okay, so let me pull up the cease and correct order so that way you guys can, that's the follow-up letter. So they have responded to portions of the cease and correct order. We did receive the wetlands report and survey, but they have not corrected things. So the original order said stop any further site work except as directed below. Not compliant. Contact the office. They did contact us. Install erosion controls. There's a silt fence on the property, but based on information from a recent, oh wait, 1 minute. Let me hop over to the letter I just sent real quick. This is the latest letter I sent. This is a picture, sorry. So previously this structure did not have a roof on it. So they're clearly continuing to do work. This is the silt fence. For those of you that are familiar with how silt fence are installed, this is not installed, it's just on the property. The bottom of the silt fence should be dug in and towed in. It's hanging above the ground. It's not doing anything other than being
Doesn't
there.
even look pretty.
So I would say they've not complied with that requirement. They did hire a soil scientist and they did conduct a soils investigation well after January 31st, but it did get done. The commission will review the violation and may require a restoration plan and or an inland wetlands application be submitted for the unpermitted activity. If required, the commission will determine what information is required, what professionals may be involved in the planning process, and when the plan and or application must be submitted to the commission. So I think that last one could be modified kind of based on the information the commission now has. I think you should at least give him a time frame, which I mean, I think he should at least be able to update the commission before the August 10th meeting on whether he's planning to restore or pursue an application and let you know when that application will be submitted. So I think you would want to keep number 2 under correct and modify number 4 with probably a contact the inland wetland office by, I don't know, August 3rd to
inform the commission, to inform the agency if they are going to submit an application or
intent to submit application or restoration plan and time frame. So the restoration plan, I would argue, could probably be ready faster than an application, but it's kind of hard to really say. I'd also require that the erosion controls be properly installed and inspected by August 3rd, probably, which is a week before the meeting.
Jamie, it's Acting Chair Begeman. So regarding those silt fences, wouldn't we want them properly installed like ASAP? And you go out and inspect them in a week or something?
Yeah, so he started to install it like the 1 week that we had frozen ground. And he was installing it. So I told him to contact me for another inspection after he properly installed it and went over how to install it. And it's kind of been dragging on. I haven't been able to get in touch with him as easily as when we first started this process. The phone number I have is no longer working. So I only have email and snail mail. And I suppose knocking on the door, which I've not pursued, but can if need be. I've not been able to, so I've not confirmed the installation. So I think that's part of the reason to escalate it. I have to admit, the soil is so compacted. I don't think there's I haven't noticed any evidence of erosion, but that's, not, you don't want to keep holding your breath and hope that we continue to have problems. So, I mean, it should be properly installed, and I would like to see that prior to the August meeting.
Anything else that we need to add? Because
So on 4, it says that you'll review the violation. If required, the commission will determine what information is required, what professionals may need to be involved in the planning process. I mean, at this point, he has a surveyor and a wetland scientist that have been out to the site, but whether or not, I think at this point you might be able to provide a little bit more guidance on that. Like you would say, a restoration plan and or wetland application be submitted for the unpermitted activity. And probably like clarify that the surveyor and wetland scientists be involved. I guess what I'm kind of hesitant over is the restoration plan may not require an engineer, but if he's submitting an inland wetland application, it would require an engineer. So you could leave it open-ended and say will be determined based on whether you're pursuing a restoration plan and or inland wetland application, and mandate that he attends the August 10th meeting or have a representative attend on his behalf to discuss the status of the violation and submission.
Commissioner Papantonis, I have a question. So, and we're discussing whether we're putting this on the land records, right? So we're not going to put that on the land record that he has to attend the August meeting. That's just the notice to him.
Yeah, so it is kind of interesting because you could have made the decision to uphold the order previously, and it kind of would have set it in. I think it's important to include deadlines just so that way you have something to hold accountable. So if this gets filed on the land records, some of it may become.
Right. Well, he hasn't ceased work and he hasn't done the corrections that we've asked for, right?
Correct.
So we want to uphold and modify for just the 2 that he hasn't done and put on the land record, and then send him a notice to mandating him at the next meeting. Is that, I'm just, it's.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking a little bit here. I think it should be filed on the land records. He's not here. He was noticed of the meeting though. He could have attended.
Commissioner
You
Gopowski.
could file it as written. I just think it's confusing because it's already outdated.
So if there, like hypothetically, if one of us were to file a motion to put this on the land records for failing to cease work as ordered by, as ordered in the whatever date that notice was, and for his failure to correct items 2 and 4, right?
Yeah.
That, and then send him a notice requiring him to be at the next meeting, or fines will be imposed, or fines will be considered. I mean, you've already, in your letter of June 12th, you warned him about $1,000 a day fine. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's standard language we put in enforcement letters.
But now it's at a stage now that they're ignoring anything you say. I think it's time for the land records, and I think it's time to impose the fines will begin if they don't show up at the next meeting to answer to these serious allegations.
Question, Jamie, Acting Chair Begeman, would you do a certified letter, or is there some way of knowing if somebody gets it? You know, what do we do?
All cease and correct order correspondence is, if we have an email, we'll email it, but we also send it certified return receipt.
Okay.
And if we don't have an email, we'll send it certified return receipt and regular mail.
So are we ready to make a motion for the uphold and modify? It's tough. It's got a lot of pieces.
I can try.
Yeah, great.
Commissioner Papantonis. All right. Regarding cease and correct order 22-1201. I move to put a notice on the land records that the landowner has failed to cease work as directed and failed to correct items 2 and 4 as articulated in the notice that was sent to him on, was it December 1st, 2022? December 2nd, 2022. And I further move that the landowner should be sent notice to appear and explain why he hasn't stopped working and complied with the order as directed by the commission at the August 10th meeting.
So is there somebody to second it and maybe add the
Right. And add language that the commission will discuss imposing a fine at that meeting?
Is somebody to second it?
Second it. Commissioner Gopowski.
So discussion. Thank you, Melissa. The Acting Chair Begeman, do we want to add that the erosion control be properly installed and inspected before the August 10 meeting? And that he needs to contact, we say he wanted him to contact the office by August 3rd. I made a note on that. And I know
in the notice, right? In the notice to him to contact the office by August 3rd and properly install the fence. I'll amend my motion to add that. Commissioner Papantonis for the record.
Oh, Can I just ask one other question before we get a second? I don't know if I can do that.
There is a second. Oh, wait, was there?
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
there was.
This is we're working on the amendment.
Yeah.
The postponing or to pursue an application, do we want that in the letter? Or Jamie, you just do we need that in the motion, or will you just put that in the letter, Jamie?
I think you could potentially kind of amend the language that's been provided, failure to correct 2 and 4, and say 2 and 4 sorry, can you repeat your question?
I think it's whether he's going to do remediation or if he's going to do a permit, an application.
Yeah, I mean, that still needs to happen. So I mean, you could change it to say the commission is requiring a restoration plan and or inland wetland application be submitted for the unpermitted activity rather than the passive. Oh no, it does say will review and may require. So you, at this point, I think you are requiring.
So when we look at the,
you could just strike the first part and say a restoration plan and or inland wetlands application shall be submitted for the unpermitted activity. The commission, depending on, you could just, I think, do that. And if he has any questions about the professionals, then staff can probably address that. And if there's further questions, it can be brought to the commission.
okay. Is Katie still there? To read what we have, because we have to add these other pieces, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe so is the motion on the table to uphold and modify the order?
Yes.
And file it on the land records?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay. So we could keep it as written. And
Katie said
just add something that states 2 and 4 shall be addressed for the August meeting. Katie says her mic isn't working, but she's here.
That's good.
I think that might keep it the simplest and prevent. You could say 2 and 4 shall be required for review.
You'd have to change 2 to properly install erosion controls.
But so should I withdraw my motion and do it again?
Yeah.
It might be simpler, yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I can redo this. All right. Regarding cease and correct order 22-1201, because the homeowner has failed to stop work and comply with the corrections as directed, I move to uphold and modify the order and post on the land records as he has failed to cease work, site work as directed, and failed to properly install erosion controls pursuant to item 2, and failed to either provide the commission with a restoration plan or a valid inland wetland application. I move that the order be placed on the land records and that the landowner be sent notice to appear at the August 10th meeting with proof that proper erosion controls have been installed and with either a restoration plan or an inland wetland application. And if he does not do so, then fines will be considered by, he should be notified that fines will be considered by the commission. Did I get that right? I hope.
Yes, we need a second.
Second.
Commissioner Ormrod, I'll second that.
That was a mouthful.
All right.
Well done.
It looks like Katie got it. I just have one point of clarification.
Yeah.
The current language says may require a restoration plan. So you want a restoration plan and or inland wetland application by the August 10th meeting. I think it would also just be good to clarify that will or may and if required is required.
Yeah.
We say is.
He's had 18 months, so I think is required.
Okay. Just want to make sure for.
And Katie, can you just add the address into it, the 21 Brainerd Road? Okay, so I think we're
I'll
ready.
wait to see if Katie responds, but while we're waiting for that, can we just get the motioner and seconder to confirm all those amendments are satisfactory?
Commissioner Papantonis, I confirm it's satisfactory, and I also, Katie said you got it.
And who seconded?
Commissioner Ormrod, second the amendments.
Okay, we're ready to vote on uphold and modify season correct 22-1201, 21 Brainerd Road. Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Ormrod.
Commissioner Ormrod, aye.
Commissioner Funaro.
Commissioner Funaro, aye.
Commissioner Goklowski.
Commissioner Goklowski, aye.
Commissioner Begelon, aye. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Papantonis. That was really great. You really pulled it together. I was impressed just watching you. I was like, oh my God, my brain. Okay, so I think it's whatever time it is. We're gonna skip the agent approvals.
They're there. If anyone has questions, contact the inland
Okay.
wetlands.
And I'll never be asked to chair again.
You did good. It was a tough meeting.
And we'll see you all in August.
We need a
Commissioner
motion to
Beckman, thank
adjourn.
you for such a great substitute role. You did not.
We need a motion to adjourn.
We need a motion to adjourn.
It's a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Good night.
Any opposed? All right, good night all.
Thank you, everyone. Good job, Clarice.
Bye. Thank you.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.